Let me see you shake that ass, 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 ass. Let me see you shake that ass, 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 ass. Ass, 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 ass. Let me see. Ass, 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 ass. Shake it, shake it, mama. Shake it for me. Get me busy with that ass, 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 ass. Work it good, work it the best. Ooh, let me know I get ass, 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 ass. I can make you shake if you want the beat too. I can make you nude. Ass, 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 ass. Step in the ring, I can feel it gets so red. Thing that vibrates is ass, 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 ass. Ooh, baby, let me get it. Let me get your breast in that ass, 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 ass. And when we do get it on, baby, you will know. Let me see with me, baby, the rest will be just ass, 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 ass. Rock it, baby, rock it like you're bad. Cause what you have is some ass, 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 ass. Don't get me wrong, I think you're top class. I'm just feeling that ass, 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 ass. Let me get you hype, and you won't regret. I can make you wet. Ass, 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 ass. Take it to the end, and we're all okay. This is for the big fat ass, 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 ass. Ooh, baby, let me get it. Let me get your breast in that ass, 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 ass. And when we do get it on, baby, you will know. Let me see with me, baby, the rest will be just ass, 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 ass. Baby, let me get it. Let me get your breast in that ass, 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 ass. And when we do get it on, baby, you will know. Let me see with me, baby, the rest will be just ass, 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 ass.
Dungeon Master. Move it up.
Take it, boy. Okay, maggots. Suction. Thank you, sir.
Dungeon Master. Move it up.
Take it, boy. Okay, maggots. Suction. Thank you, sir.
bless. And God bless Nico Doga.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trihex Nation, what's up? What's up? I'm in this bitch. And you can see now that the slideshow is working, which is great. I also have here my stream deck is now mapped, so I am late. I am very late for when I wanted to be here. I'll admit that. That's a nothing new right there, right? That's another day. But I have a lot of things I needed to take care of. Took care of now. We got some of the alerts are fixed. I can now use my stream deck to actually like hit keys and shit rather than clicking this shit manually here and there. Tons of improvements, oodles of improvements and whatnot. So yeah, you gotta just like, you know, we take it a day at a time here. You know, look, by the time Switch 2 drops, it's always like, you know, either I am gonna be on time and have nothing ready, and really it's just a burden of even trying to throw an ETA. The ETA to get live is like me throwing up a speculation over how long the task will take that I'm doing. I don't really know exactly. I'm just kind of gonna get in there and get it done, right? It's like an art commission in a way. Like if you want a portrait done, you know, and you ask how long will it take, it's like, well, I don't know. I'm working on it right now, right? So I look at it kind of like art in a way, just like, ugh. Anyways, look, that's like another day. Y'all would have unfollowed by now if that was like really if that really like triggered y'all to oblivion and back. I haven't heard this in a while here. So okay, let's break it down here then. So today's stream, y'all, Luigi Mangione deep dive continues, and then we're going into the Kendrick Lamar GNX album review. So finish what we started, and then we're getting to some fun shit here, and we go from there. A bit of some spring cleaning if you did not see. Just want to clarify for the homies here, that way y'all know what's popping. You will see here that I threw this up for the boys in the Discord. You'll see here on the ping, if you're currently not in the Discord, I would encourage you to get there, obviously. You can come over here, and when you do, you can opt in for the Twitch Enjoyer role, which you'll get all these kinds of pings right here. But so the schedule today, we're going to continue and wrap up our CEO assassination coverage, and then I'll give my closing thoughts on it. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I know it's been very sporadic, right? But I will be live Friday for my delayed reaction to the Game Awards, as well as looking at some Steam game demos that were revealed from the PC game show that we saw. Socials command does not work yet. I'm sorry about that. Again, I made the overlay and then I didn't make the commands yet. The commands actually are on my to-do list, but every day the to-do list is like, if I wasn't streaming every day, then I could get it done quicker. But, you know, that's just like, you know. But yeah, I will not be live tomorrow because, believe it or not, a whole lot of things are happening at one time here. Could you believe, can you believe that one of my favorite movies of all time and my favorite album of all time, both, how you do that thing, chat? The looking everywhere respectfully, right? All that's happening tomorrow. Like Interstellar 10th anniversary in IMAX, the final day of the original planned 1 week is tomorrow, and it's also the 1 day only theatrical release of the remastered Interstellar 5555. No. There are more showings, yes, but those weren't added originally. Originally, the Interstellar, the 10th anniversary Christopher Nolan Interstellar was only 1 week only. It was going to be, it was December 6th to December 12th. They added more showings because it kept selling out all the damn time. But that's something that, you know, I'll book my ticket in advance so I can do a double feature because it's not playing near me. Yada, yada, yada. yeah, now there are more screenings, and some areas are actually doing additional screenings also for the Daft Punk thing, which is pretty cool too, because it also was selling out. So both of them trying to do 1 day only, 1 week only, and yeah, just fuck, dude. So yeah, either way, yeah, look, I'm going to do both tomorrow, and so I will be I'm gonna go enjoy a really good Thursday off, and we'll be back here Friday. I don't intend to take these days off. I had that booked up like weeks in advance. Honestly, I booked that shit back in like early November, I would say, because I wasn't trying to get caught on any of that bullshit. You feel me? So, all right. Well, now with that, I've been working hard to get the stream where we are, and I have to admit here, I'm fucking hungry, dude. I'm starving right now. So, I apologize here. Can we just like take a second and like open the stream with some chill? I'm gonna throw y'all some chill here, okay? How about and then we'll get to all the other shit here. I just need like a few minutes to eat real quick. And I say, oh yeah, I need some of this in my life, bro. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead. All right, we're gonna open up here with the fuck it, dude. All right, y'all in for some chaos, bro? Like, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. This shit crazy. I skimmed this and I was like, bro, I can't watch this without chat, y'all. On the real. So okay, let me we're going to hell. We're gonna open up. I like opening up the funny shit here. Okay, so we're going right to hell. First class seats. Here we go. Okay, so what's the thing we're doing before we get to all the other shit here? Well, exposing the Hawk Tuah coin. Oh, I didn't make the wrong fucking map here. Exposing the Hawk Tuah coin. I have watched like 40 seconds of this, and I was like, okay, I gotta do it with the stream. No. Chat. This is some like fucking like you'll see. This opens up with a Discord call. I think it's a Twitter space or whatever it is here. This shit is like dumpster fire would be an understatement. Like it's some peak content here. All right, let's go ahead and hop into it.
Breaking down the Hawk Tuah scam, exactly how it happened, and I'm gonna confront the people behind it. Well, I did last night, and let me just say, it didn't go very well.
Happy to answer any
I have questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey guys.
What Coffeezilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
Profiting from the
There's
rug
no
pull, I
rug
think it's
pull
relevant.
because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc,
You're saying
do the
Coffeezilla.
math. Do
It's
the math.
defamation. You're saying
You
that we pulled a rug. There was
you
no rug
released
pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not gonna let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
Yeah, these people were completely unhinged, unwilling to take any accountability, and we'll talk more to them in a second, but I want to break down the Hawk Tuah scam. I think people are confused with this kind of stuff. I want to start with the big tweet that...
And do know here, that shit tanked within like 10 minutes. Like it was like not even close to, like it was the ruggiest of rug pulls. That shit was obliterated faster than, I want to make a your mom joke, but I don't, but I'm sure she's a great woman, but man, do I want to make a your mom joke right now. But yeah, just something, Goodwood, your mom, 10 minutes, you get the idea. There was no way around it. It definitely was rugged.
That kind of set it all off. That would be this by Bubble Maps, which showed 96% of the supply was controlled by the team and was being sent out to a bunch of smaller wallets. The implication being that some of them might be dumping on you. Pretty quickly, the Hawk Tuah girl came in to copy and paste what her team told her to say, which said team hasn't sold one token and not one key opinion leader was given one free token. We tried to stop snipers as best we could through high fees at the start of the launch. And so you see their awful tokenomics here, along with this response. The team hasn't sold one token, and then they post obviously a screenshot of a lot of sells from insiders who did not have.
Bro, why are you launching? Queen, you brought like a pocket knife onto a flight. You admitted this on the opening episode of the Hawk to a podcast that I like skimmed out of curiosity. Given you don't know like basic like flight protocol and that in your thick, I don't know, Tennessee accent or whatever it is here, I would take you as a simple gal who, you know, just enjoys a slower paced lifestyle. I wouldn't take you for someone who's into crypto, or finance, or Wall Street, or speculative market valuations. I would take you for someone who's really gullible and would be the prime prey for a pump and dump. Hawkonomics, y'all. A tale as old as time. All right, continue.
Have to pay. You can see on the bot side there's nothing, and then on the sold side they're making a lot of money. So how did you get free tokens? Well, you were an insider, right? And I just want to show you exactly how the Hawk Tuah team is sort of lying by omission here when they say the team hasn't sold one token. And that's because they pre-sold the tokens, guys. They sold them to a bunch of investors with a pre-sale, and then those people were unlocked immediately upon launch. So you can see that with her tokenomics here. It says Haley's locked for 12 months, but you can see the strategic allocation is fully unlocked immediately on token generation event. Now, I spoke to some people who bought into this pre-sale. They say they got in at $16.69 million total valuation, which means that if they sold out the whole 17%, you're looking at about $2.8 million raised by pre-selling these tokens. So it is essentially a lie to say her team didn't sell tokens. Well, they pre-sold them, and then those investors dumped on your fans. That's the problem. Because Bubble Map says we found 285 investors join the Hawk pre-sale. That's about what I saw as well. 89 wallets sold 100% on launch. 47 sold over 50%. Anyway, you can see in total, $3.3 million were sold. Again, as you'll see, on mostly Haley Welsh's fans, or Hawk Tuah Girls fans. And I know what you're thinking. Who falls for this? Well, unfortunately, with situations like this, they're not targeting crypto bros. They're mostly targeting, like, actual fans who've never been involved in, the crypto space before. They don't know any better. And you're going to hear the guy behind a lot of this say that.
AKA the sheep. This is like, the crypto bros, I would call them the wolves. The normies who don't know any better, like the ones who like will throw, they'll invest in Bitcoin from like Cash App, or God help me, they're using Robinhood and thinking they're really going to get anything out of that. Sheep. They're sheep. I'm sorry. If you use Robinhood, more power to you here. I'm just like, after what I saw in 2021, bro, that app is cooked. Fuck that app. Not that I use it in the first place here, but the sheep.
Explicitly.
These are people that are outside of crypto that we're going to be onboarding, and they don't give a shit. They don't even know what a market cap is. They just go, oh, cool, free coin. Now I get to join a community. Cool, done.
Not only did they say it, they sold it in a pitch deck. You can see the Hawk deck here. Massive onboarding event. Hawk will onboard normies. So that's why I just don't buy this thought of, oh, well, if you bought this, you deserve to get.
I feel so validated when someone besides me uses the term normie. Thank God, dude. Like, I gotta hear that again. Just like right on point. Goddamn, thank you. It's not a slur. It's just, it means you're out of the fucking loop all the way. You're not chronically online.
Say it, they sold it in a pitch deck. You can see the Hawk deck here. Massive onboarding event. Hawk will onboard normies. So that's why I just don't buy this thought of, oh, well, if you bought this, you deserve to get scammed. Okay, fine. But a lot of the people who bought it had never bought crypto before. They were targeting those people. They said as much in our call. Now, the other part of this scam that I really need to break down because people don't understand it exactly is the fee scam, okay? When this launched, they had 15% fees on trading. They said that this was to stop snipers. But basically what this means, and because the team now blames snipers for a lot of this rug pull, but what it means is they benefited the entire way. You can see in 24 hours, they made almost $2 million from this fee. Meanwhile, on Dex Screener, you can see the sniper, which is the #1 trader on this.
Can I just pause here and bring up that this is exactly what Disney does with their fucking fast pass bullshit? They literally said, oh, the way we're going to solve supply and demand because of the lines being too long at the Disney World attractions is just like throw up more fees. The only way we can solve this problem with the long waits and even the fast pass being too saturated now is just, oh, we just have to throw in more fees. Oh, it's the only way. And then that becomes the new normal after 2 years of it not solving the problem. Shocker, shocker. And now Disney World's unaffordable for the average person.
Coin, they made about $1.3 million in their total profits and loss. So they actually made less in total profits, this sniper that ruined the project, than the team made on fees. I, of course, asked who benefited. Did Hawk Tuah Girl make the money? Who made the money in this whole thing? And they essentially dodged the question. Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making
project,
fees?
So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay, that's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to yes, the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that own?
Can I ask you, why do they agree to this? I am so blown away here right now. Why? If you're the inside team with Haley right on the Hawk Tuah shit, the Hawk Tuah coin, why would you even agree to hop on a Twitter voice, whatever the fuck this is here? Like, why would you even agree to even hop on this with Coffeezilla? Like, do they either confidence and say who he is, which I doubt, or like, is this another case where like, oh no, I like coffee, yeah, fuck Steve will do it, fuck Boogie 2988, fuck everyone, yeah, fuck all the idiots, yeah, they're all cringe lords, right? They I'm not, no, me scamming, not me, no, go on, coffee, no, coffee, I like you, bro, I like what you do, you expose all of them, right? Unreal, we're here yet again. I don't get it. I don't get it. They love him until they hate him.
Who does that belong to?
They weren't familiar with him. Unreal. No way. I'm not in the crypto space like that, like socially, so I can't speak here, but like I find it really hard to believe at this point now that everyone who's a crypto regular doesn't know who Coffeezilla is. I find that really hard to believe. I guess it's possible, but like, damn, real? Like real though? Like really? That's crazy. That's crazy if true.
That belongs to the project.
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
Coffeezilla.
I'm just trying to figure out who owns it.
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? You know, this is how you run a project forever, is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days later.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
Huh?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation.
Brother, who profited? Over $1 million was just made.
A foundation that pays people out. And by the way, Coffeezilla, I'm not.
Okay. All right. So it's a trust. Who has access to the trust? Who's managing the trust? Like, the money didn't go to like nowhere. Like fuck, bro. Like what fucking Bahama Island is this shit at, bro? Like
asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who
okay,
cares
dude.
where fees go? It goes to
Okay.
bills.
You heard him right. Who cares where millions of dollars went? Supposedly, they have 18 people working on the Hawk Tuah meme token. So, I don't know if that's true, but that's at least what they're claiming. Now, the last thing I need to say before we jump into this context that you need is that there are 4 groups to look out for here. 1, you have Hawk Tuah Girl, who is promoting this thing. 2, you have this guy, Doc Hollywood, who is like Howie Mandel's like son-in-law or something like that. Like he's this guy who has some connections in Hollywood, and he seems to be the guy connecting Hawk Tuah Girl with crypto, and he said he was teaching her a meme coin class, okay? And he goes unhinged on her call. 3, you have the guys running the crypto token, and 4, you have the insiders who paid money to get early access to this coin and then are rug pulling a lot of Haley Welsh's fans. What you
Can we just pause here and say, man, we're going to get to a point soon where the shit coins and the meme coins, it's going to be a pattern. It's going to be a lucrative template. It's going to be really easy, right? Whenever social media breeds some like, I don't know, impressionable person, right? I don't know. You think of NPC Miles and to a degree here, Haley Welch, Hawk Tuah. Like, impressionable, viral upstart. You no longer have Ellen and the like to kind of extract the social media stars anymore of their like relevance. They can actually just go on to fail upward and remain perpetually relevant if they like make the right calls in the media apparatuses and whatnot. And if they're gullible enough and unknowledgeable enough, then they can get like swoon into like doing a shit coin. That makes sense. Like it's like I can totally see this now being the pattern now. It's either it's like falling off YouTubers. It's an influencer that's either grifting or ignorant enough to get swindled by other grifters to then drop a shitcoin. And I wonder, I feel like this would actually expire and become really obvious eventually. But because of the Trump thing and the Trump being pro crypto thing, I'm just like, bro, this is gonna be like, this will not be the last story, not even close. It's gonna be almost the norm that like once every couple of months another one drops up, and it's just gonna be, it can always never fail as long as like the doubling down outweighs the doubt of the non-ignorant. It's always gonna be like, oh no, this is not a shit coin. It's always gonna, all those other shit coins were bad. This is not a shit coin. This is for real. We're for real honest, okay? So.
Coin and then are rug pulling a lot of Haley Welsh's fans. What you want to make of that, who you exactly want to assign blame to, is up to you. A lot of people are saying, oh, she didn't know any better. She's getting taken advantage of. Maybe, or maybe she's making a ton of money. Talking about Hawk Tuah Girl. So, with that said, I just want to show you the call last night. That is what I knew going into this call. And you'll see my questions target some of these different aspects of what I believe to be a scam in this call. And the last thing I have to say is that when they did do this call, they monologued for like 12 to 15 minutes before they let anyone up. So I was extremely frustrated by the time I got up. I think you'll hear a little bit of that in my voice. Not only that, this Doc Hollywood guy called people mentally ill. He said that people should be thanking him or kissing his butt, basically, for doing this for them, as if he's doing them a favor. Basically, generally berating the people who had maybe lost money in this. And so quite frustrating to go into. And, anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already.
The exact thing I said. Oh, no. All them fuck boys, yeah, all they do is rug, bro. They ain't me. They ain't us. No, we're different. Every time. The template's already there. Like, you already knew.
Y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this. Not this. We did not spend 6, 7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different, not dumping on you, not bundle snipes, not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking
The
to?
target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? Some of you, I see some friendly faces in this audience.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, I'm gonna say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill, and I'm gonna count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now. We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token, and you guys should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope.
Yeah, so that's how all of this started. I had watched as people got wrecked on chain, and then I go here in the actual space that's supposed to address everything, a guy berating everyone, calling them mentally ill and telling them they should be thanking him. And that's what led to sort of my attitude when I went up on stage. Also, Twitter Spaces is horrible for doing this kind of work. I normally wouldn't choose it, but all these guys seem to love Twitter Spaces. I don't know why. The problem is people filibuster. So I know I interrupted a lot. That's because you can't let these people go run off on like 10-hour explanations, which they will do.
Why do they like Twitter Spaces? Man, have you... Chat, listen, I am not... Bro, have y'all been in the financial sector of Twitter in the last, like, 3 years? It's pretty... Look at this shit. Okay, I'm gonna go back here a little bit. Let me just go... Okay, so... Not my words, his words here, right? God, these people are actually retarded. Okay, what is he talking about here? Click it in here and see. This dude... Looking for feedback. I don't know what this guy even is here. Do you support abolishing the IRS and personal income tax? Okay, all right. Are we talking about libertarian here? I don't even know. Okay, so, you know, just casual, like, you know, yeah, fuck the IRS, right? Whatever here. Go back one. This dude. First off, this has 97,000 likes. Okay, keep that in mind here. Replace the IRS with a flat tax. Everyone pays the same rate above 50K. Your first 50K is not taxed, or 50K is taxed at 15%, zero deductions, zero loopholes. Tax one was 4 lines. Bro. This is so stupid. I don't even know where to even begin, dude. This is like, go back to, yeah. No. Okay, no. Yes, this guy is brain dead clearly here, but 97K likes. I hope that's bots. Dude, holy fucking shit, hope that's bots, dude. Oh my God. Go back here to America. What did I say earlier about this? They don't know civics, economics, taxes, policy, and marginal tax rates. Dude, there's a reason why I put that in there. Brother. I saw that. I'm like, I hope that's bots, dude. That is a holy fuck, dude. Yeah. So why do I like Twitter Spaces here, dude? Look at the level of idiocracy going on right now. You can't even. Where do you even be? Oh, I mean, you can call out everything dumb here, but it's 100,000 likes. Terrifying, dude. Like, I mean, I can't even. That's why it's today's tweet of the day here. I had to like show y'all what got me to stop on that. Obviously, I don't show y'all every idiot I see on the timeline, but this one I'm like, dude, this is a troubling amount of likes if it's to be taken seriously here. Holy shit.
If you let them. So, yeah, anyway, here's when I got up on the space.
Be happy to answer any
I have
questions.
questions. I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey, guys.
What Coffeezilla?
Hey,
man.
this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No. That's not true. That's not
That is
true.
true.
Nah.
That's a fact.
It's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could answer that.
You
no
know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens
Coffeezilla,
going directly from the main account,
Coffeezilla, just chill for a second,
and then it's getting sold for 50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for 50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now
That's what everyone says, by the way.
listen.
Everyone says,
Doesn't
not me.
matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a
You're different.
strategic allocation, right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet. You've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much
sale.
did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that we
Selling out your
made.
fans so
Over
other
here,
people
can
can
you give
dump on your
exact?
fans.
Hold on, Coffeezilla, take a chill pill, brother.
Yeah. So
Y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people. What are you
there's
talking-
no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pulled, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's
and
not
dumped
just
it.
snipers.
That was not us.
Not
That
just
was
that, you know that.
Listen. No. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
Oh,
It's
I'm
not.
sure
It's
that's
not a
not you getting
scheme.
those fees,
It's
right?
not a
Who's making
scheme.
the money
It's
on
not
the
a-
fees?
It's
Who's
not a
making
scheme.
millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the
Who's making
project. So we
fees?
can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who
right?
makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that
which
who does that belong to?
that belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the
that-
project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
How much does Haley
there's
Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
Coffeezilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug pull? I'm just trying to figure out
Do you
who
know how?
owns
Do you
it.
know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself, right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking
We're
who
here every
actually
single
makes the
day.
millions of
Day
dollars in
one,
fees from the
day
rug.
two, day three. This is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're.
Straw man, false equivalence, gish galloping, all the way. This guy will not answer the question. No transparency. Clearly, if this is an operation, you have a planning document. Where is this money going into a trust that Haley has access to, or some shit like that? Here, like, can you you know what this looks like, bro? You can see it's the crypto transaction logs or the whatever blockchain fucking history is all fucking there. Like, it looks like. It looks like a fucking rug pull, like every other shit coin on goddamn pump.fun. Like, I mean, bro, just like help deter from what the optics contribute towards it looking like. Jesus fucking Christ. It ain't hard unless you lying.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited? Over $1 million was just
I'm
made.
telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, Coffeezilla, I'm not asking you, questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills. It goes
when you're
to
charging
attorneys.
15%,
it goes to accounts. It goes to directors.
You're charging
it goes to
15%
staff.
on a rug pull,
right?
and you're profiting from the
There's
rug
no
pull. I
rug
think it's
pull
relevant.
because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc,
you're saying,
do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled a rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not going to let me talk? You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, you're not. You're talking over me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not.
Well, it's only bad if you're not in on the. I don't want to call it a scam coffee because we don't want to go with slander here at this point. But like, if you're in on the scam, then you're not the one getting scammed. And at that point, tokenomics for them on the inside is great. But yeah, everything else is bad for sure.
Not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam. That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam. And I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
So who pays you, Coffeezilla? Let's
Turn it around. Turn it around.
Bro.
Turn it
Okay.
around. Nobody's here for me. Everyone's here for you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day one so people could dump on Haley Welsh's fans?
500 IQ play there. Oh, what about you? Who pays you, bro?
And how involved was she really? And how much money is she making from all this? What's her cut? I just got muted. So yeah, that was the conversation. Obviously, I got a little heated there towards the end because, I don't know, there was something about this guy berating people who had lost money and insisting that what was so transparently true about the fees being made, about who's benefiting from the pre-sale, just dodging all of that. It gets me so bothered. I guess it shouldn't at this point, but what can I say? I'm only human. I will go ahead and highlight there were 2 other moments. FaZe Banks got up and called these guys out, which is funny.
This 100% was a mismanaged, mislaunched. Like this is took what Coffeezilla said. I would label this a scam as well. It's pretty obvious. Like Coffeezilla brought up, 97% of the token was bundled into the same cluster. And in layman's terms, that just basically means 90%. 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were
No,
like,
no, that's not true. It's not true.
yes, it is true.
False.
Yes, no, it's 100% true.
And then also Nick O'Neill, who is another crypto Twitter guy, he got up there and he asked them basically what I did because they wouldn't let me back up on the space. And he said, where's the money going to? And then Hawk Tuah girl, decided it was time for bed, and that was the end of the space.
So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual, like,
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But
Yeah.
anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. For talking over here.
Can you imagine being asked questions about a scam, and in the middle of the questioning you go, I think I'm gonna hit the bed, Gotta wake up bright and early for tomorrow. That is just wild.
Like our boy Peter Griffin would say, time hit the old dusty trail. All right, a classic.
These people are not serious, or at least it doesn't appear that they're taking it very seriously. I think it's concerning when you have a project which, they can say whatever they want about their 18 employees and all the, hundreds of thousands they supposedly paid to set up these like Cayman Island corps to do it the right way. But at the end of the day, when you make millions of dollars on launch, where does that come from? When your insiders sell $3 million, where does that come from? Maybe the normies that you were targeting to get in? That is my problem. That is my issue. And that's why I came at them so hard. And that's basically it.
Why does this sound so familiar? This sounds exactly like Crypto Zoo or Zoo Egg or whatever it's called. Man, this sounds just like Fat Coin with Boogie 2988. Man, this sounds so familiar. Ah, man. I don't know. Hey, what's going on here? 10-10-10-3G. I got timed out for using your emoji in the right context. Oh, you got timed out here. I'm seeing it's your first time chat, so I would love to help you, but you'd have to give me more information here. You got timed out for using my emoji in the right context. Where? Will be the first question. In what chat? Because it technically wouldn't be here, right? Because it was a. Now keep in mind here, I'm not I'm not moderator of. I don't own Twitch, so wherever you got bopped, I don't know what wherever you use try hard, I can't. I didn't time you out, so I can't really. You want me to go over there and fight for you? You want me to go over there and knock on the door and be like, hey, my boy using my emotes not good here or what?
I think Haley Welsh or Hawk Tuah girl, to whatever extent she was involved, is still unclear, or was unclear until her transactional entertainment lawyer contacted me. I'm just editing this live, guys. He contacted me and said he wants to have a offline convo. I said I can't do that. This is a live story. If she wants to comment on the story or shed light on how much she's been paid, kindly respond. I'll put up all these screenshots. They say she was paid in advance from a company to handle the token marketing dev launch of $125,000. That's the only money she's seen to date. If you have any specific questions, happy to answer. I said, what company was she paid by? What's the agreement? Did she see a cut of the pre-sale or fees from the liquidity pool? The best thing for my story is to get a copy of the agreement, of course. Christian replies, she was supposed to get 50% of net proceeds after payments of costs to third parties. Is that the 18 employees or whatever they have? I don't know. I don't know what costs they have, but 50% is a lot. They were supposed to be mutually approved between her and the company. All decisions regarding to allocation were supposed to be mutually approved. Those decisions haven't been made at this point. The goal...
Can we just pause here? Imagine, right, if I actually consumed the Hawk Tuah podcast, when Haley Welch brings up the Hawk coin, and then, herself being a painfully normie person talking to her giga normie audience and then trying to bridge crypto into the conversation. I'm just like, it has to be cringe, right? It has to be like a really fucking cringe segment. Just to hear like a bunch of normies. Well, I'm going to assume here that, what's his name? Doc Hollywood or whatever. I'm assuming that this only happens because he's there. And so, yeah, if it was her and normies talking about crypto, it'd be cringe. But because it's probably Doc Hollywood there grooming everyone on crypto bullshit, it's just going to be like fucking just dumb.
Goal would be to salvage the token for the holders and her true fans and do right by the community. That's not going to happen. I can't provide the actual contract, as you can imagine, but I'm happy to continue to be responsive. Your spaces and comments have been helpful, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate what you... Okay, we all know. They always say that, by the way. This guy does not appreciate what I do, I don't think. An entertainment lawyer appreciating somebody talking about somebody, I don't think that's true. Look, the big deal, what he said, is 50% net proceeds. That's a lot, actually. Now, again, 18 employees working on the Hawk Tuah coin. I don't know how much they're going to end up seeing at the end of the day, but it's going to be real money. The question about, how
normie are these normies? Because I feel like her podcast got to be insanely niche. Hawk Tuah podcast, week of election, so like November 4th-ish, was number 3 overall on the Spotify tracking. Literally, it's Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Hawk Tuah, though admittedly it's not always gonna be number 3, but it was, it was number 3 at that time. And then Candace Owens. Those were like the top 4 podcasts election week. She's really up there, and by election week it was way beyond episode 1. So it's holding pretty good right now, I'd say.
Want to salvage the coin. Guys, the problem is you've sold millions of dollars of pre-sale tokens, and they're still out there. There's still people with these coins who are waiting to sell. So the second you go and salvage it for the fans, you're kind of dooming them again. So the best situation is just people... I don't really know. I don't like to give advice in situations like this. It's like asking someone how to clean up a car crash. It's like, well, ideally this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, can't give too much advice there. The situation's horrible as it is. I appreciate them actually responding though, but she is actually making a lot of money off of this. And I do actually think that's a problem. So, I don't know. I think this whole situation is terrible, and she should feel bad. I hope she does, really, because she got in bed with these people who clearly saw dollar signs. She saw dollar signs, and they did this, and people have been hurt. So, yeah, that's basically it. Oh, one more message from Hawk's lawyer. This guy keeps messaging me. He says, this was not a speculative opportunity for her. She truly didn't intend to fleece fans. She genuinely wanted to make this a community token of fans and onboard Web 2 to Web 3 and be a long-term face.
Of course she did. Yeah, no, I agree. Perfect ending. Perfect ending. Good Lord, goddamn, y'all. Fuck. Dude, goddamn, bro. What do you even do with this shit, dude? Fuck. Bro. Alright. Drop a like. Drop a view. Goddamn. 5.3 mil, though. Like, Hawk 2 will be bringing the... Hawk 2 and all the boys to the yard. That milkshake. Oh, brother. Oh, my God. Alright, well, what's up, y'all? We're gonna go ahead and go over now to the politics and sensitivity tags now. We're hopping back into the changing our title real quick here. Alright, title changed. So, okay, now we're actually gonna get things popping here, okay? So, let's see how far we can get. So, first thing first, we're gonna wrap up the Luigi Mangione situation with the United CEO and all that. And then after that, we will get to the Kendrick Lamar GNX album. Do not fret, I will ping the Discord when we're getting to that, in case you don't find us to be of your liking and whatnot. No big deal. I love all of you anyway. NBD. Big thank you currently right now to Lord Ballsackis for the latest resub, big 79 months, and Rob with the 100 biddies of, I think that was yesterday actually. All right, I'm done eating now, so we can go ahead and get two things underway here. So let's go ahead and do that then. All right. So for the uninitiated here, we're gonna swing back over. The ones in the Amazon ones in the garage are free dibs. Those have stuff in them that's like stuff I bought. Okay, yeah. The ones over there though, yeah, not those. Okay, cool. No, dude, they were expensive. I'm gonna shop better. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'll see you. Okay, all right. So, sorry, that was Try Mom coming through, picking up some things she forgot here. Let's all right, so now we're in politics now, y'all. We're going over to Real Talk here. Welcome to Real Talk. Shall we continue where we were, y'all? So we're talking about Luigi Mangione right now, and then we have here his Goodreads, the react to his arrest, the memes, and then the updates of where we are currently right now that he's currently arrested. Politics box is checked. Check it yourself. You'll see. Thank you though. It is checked though. So for the few of you who are totally uninitiated here, you may recall recently that the U.S. newscape went to a spiral because the United Health CEO was assassinated 7 a.m. December 4th in Manhattan, New York State, by a vigilante assailant that no one knew at the time here. You know, three shots to the CEO, pat, when he was walking between his hotel to the building where he was going to do his like 8 a.m. shareholder briefing. United Health United Health itself here being one of the biggest. Your disc has not been read.
Zeros ran 1N. Use Twitch Prime.
Thank you, Ronan, for the Prime sub. Thank you. And I'm sorry, yeah, the disc didn't read here, so you didn't get the second half of the thing. I apologize here. Try cleaning your disc next time, and maybe it'll read it and get you the full intro. We'll try again next resub, huh? So yeah, that happened, and whenever the CEO was assassinated, which we do not endorse, by the way. Ooh, you're bad too. Dang.
Welcome back, Timeless Wisdom.
Two for
Twitch
two.
Prime. I'm a Luigi and I'm a copy to CEOs A.
I'm a weed and I'm a cop of the CEOs. Thank you, Timeless Wisdom, as well. Dang, no one's getting the full opening here. I'm sorry about that. Well, I would be. I'm not really sorry. I mean, it's your disc not working, y'all. You need to have you tried some of the urban myths? Have you tried putting your disc in the toilet? That's the dumbest one I've ever heard, by the way. But
stop holding back.
That went all different size.
29 Sky is back with 38 months. Don't hold back. Hype train started.
All right, thank you. Thank you, 29 Skies, well, for the resub here. Oh my God, zooming. The double alert. I thought I had this fixed.
Now's your chance. Hype train has reached rare alert. My only source of income is back with 35 months. According to my Twitch recap, you were my 3rd most watched streamer and was my 5th most used emote. Thanks for all the entertainment, discussions, and mileage.
Oh, thank you. My only source of income. You're amazing, and it only goes up from here. I promise y'all. The new alerts, the new overlays, all the stuff here. We're slowly improving on things. I'm glad you enjoyed the emotes. We actually have like a bunch of new ones that are in the works right now. Really excited. So thank you again. It only goes up from here. I've been working hard on fundamentally overhauling everything to get it to the level I'd like to get it to. And I'm so happy that y'all are still here right now as we're taking this time to build things up and prepare for the opportunities that will come.
Welcome back, Sir Prince Drubug. Use Twitch Prime. 2,816 hours of hexathon and all day, every day.
All day, every day. We in there. Yeah. No, so yeah, right now, no marathon to announce, nothing like that. Just working on the really important things on the back end for y'all. Really excited to have more things to announce as I work on them day by day. Thank you again, everyone. Thank y'all so much here. But yeah, right now we're in a hype train, and this is awesome. This is awesome. So yeah, y'all get more cool alerts from Gohan swagging on them if we reach level 3. But let me see here. Question. Again, thank you again for the Prime sub at that, sir. Like hang on, it should just happen here left and right. I kind of missed it here. Alright, chat was going so fast, so I missed everything here. Yeah, thank you again for the Prime sub. And your question was, have I been on Twitch for a while? Have you talked to Destiny lately? I have not, no. It's a bit harder now with the more friction. Destiny being banned on Twitch for whatever reason. So I don't really do YouTube like that, but presumably I would need to not be on Twitch to, I guess, do something with him. It's just not really on my radar right now, you know. So I have nothing really new to report there. Personally, I've been busy on my end with like you may recall I did a subathon that lasted 9 months long. It was like, you know, October of last year to May 31st of 2024. And then I went to Japan, had a life-changing experience there. You know, I've had my first real vacation since doing this shit full time for 9 years now. Came back from Japan, and I came back here a radicalized commie, and was like, oh my god, I hate car-dependent society. I hate how I can't walk anywhere with purpose. You literally cannot walk anywhere in this shithole of a country without like running into major traffic intersections that's designed painfully for cars only. And how we Americans lose half the day because you can't even do anything at night without a car. Walking Tokyo at night will radicalize you so quickly. You're like, oh my god, if we had pedestrian friendly infrastructure, you'd be able to actually like do anything at night. It's just kind of you just kind of like go into a building and then do shit, and then go into another building and go do shit. Well, if you yes, okay, there are yeah, okay, all right, bro, sure. Yes, Chicago, New York City, and DC are the 3 spots where you have like decent walkable infrastructure. But if you live in those 3 areas, your real estate's probably, you know, inventing a new second butthole on your body, because you can't even shove all that cock in the vanilla butthole, right? So I'd argue you got a different problem if you are in NYC, Chicago, or DC. So you feel me? Huh? You're what I said. So anyways. Wait, what's this emote? Mega consumed. Do I have this? I do actually. Okay. Would I ever move? What, to Japan, or like to Chicago, or like I guess it depends on what your question is here, right? Would I move to Japan? Maybe. In general, would I move in general? That's such a vague question. I mean, so I'm in Louisiana. I don't want to be here forever, certainly. This state the state's politics are abhorrent. The governor is 100% just pro-Christian nationalism, and like a really Christian fascism, really in a really bad way. Yeah, I would never want kids, nor would I ever want to raise a kid here. It's bad on both ends here. Louisiana education, terrible. And now they're like, to give you an idea of how dystopically terrible it is in Louisiana, they're talking about they're not talking about, they are doing it. They're passing this thing now for August 25, where taxation will go towards a parental school choice trust, and then you can use that trust, which is like upwards of $8,000 a year, to then send your child to either public education or whatever private charter school, academy, or Christian school you want to, of your choice. It is parent choice going forward now, which of course is just effectively privatizing education at taxation expense. Which will, of course, once you go to a private school, you're allowed to you don't have to have a separation of church and state. And then you can kind of go crazy with the whole like Christian nationalism on steroids thing, which they definitely are wanting to do. So yeah, it's I mean, so for education, yeah, you're gonna learn here that you're gonna learn that dinosaurs are not real, and that Jesus used his palm raise to go ahead and kill all the evil people, I guess, or some shit like here. I don't even know. But yeah, Louisiana is terrible for women's rights, women's health, education, It's abhorrent and abysmal all the way around. The economics here are ridiculously corrupt. Big oil runs everything, not even close here. They get subsidies to destroy the ecosystem. Period. It's awful here. So yeah, I don't fucking be here forever if I don't have to. So yeah, I would like to go somewhere else. Where though? That's a great question. I don't know. I have to like right now I'm working on me, and I gotta improve my situation first off in order to have opportunity and availability to go somewhere else. Should be expensive everywhere, and I couldn't give an answer right now. But I can tell you when I was in Japan, it was amazing as a tourist, and I definitely want to do a deeper dive, and I would love to go again. And I hope I get to go again. Probably not next year, but in 26, if things are going better, certainly I would love to. I would go to Japan over a lot of things again. So I hope that answers your question though. I mean, it's kind of where would I move and what I would do? It's like kind of like a really big I mean, it's not that I don't mind being personal. It's just it's a really big question that you kind of like are putting the onus on me to just like share a lot of shit. Where like you just tell me what you want, what we're getting at here, you know. To make the convo less about me feeding myself here, because we have a lot to get to already with the whole like Luigi recap and all that. Would you move somewhere more urban or out of the U.S.? Yeah, I mean, it's more than just me, right? It's like, you know, there's a house to sell, there's things to prep. I mean, would you? I mean, it's a hard question to answer, right? It's like, I mean, sure, yeah, I'm like open to it if like things are looking good, like if I have like opportunity there, and like, you know, it's a big risk. You know, you kind of moving out the country is a pretty big commitment. Yada yada yada. You know, you're committing to adjusting to a different time zone relative to the job I currently do. You're, you know, gotta sell everything because, you know, it's expensive to ship any of that shit over to another country. You know, do you like, you know, there's a path to citizenship and all that. You know, am I doing a work visa? Am I applying for like some kind of nomad thing or what? You know, there's a lot to get into there. It's not really it's not an impulsive thing for sure. So it's like a lot of things to get into. So yeah, like when you're asking that kind of question, you know, it's like, you know, I would encourage you to look into it yourself here and then come back with like what you want to know about that whole thing, I guess. So it's just a really big question. Getting a job outside the U.S. is so effing rough, and it's kind of the blocker. Yeah, I guess in a way here, I have kind of a privilege there because like I can just keep doing Twitch. But there's like the whole transitional friction of like, you know, you kind of want to have a lot of money saved up, I would say here, to minimize the transitional woes, one could say. So it's just like, I would rather prepare for the opportunity. And I'll kind of end that topic on this point here. If I were gonna move to Japan, hypothetically here, right, or move somewhere else, it would be like a 5-year from now thing. It would be like, okay, I would pretty much know the answer. I'm gonna move in like the next 2 to 3 years, and then there would be 2 years of planning to get all the ducks in a row, save, have the house like sale ready, right? Yada 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 yada, and then just in the final 6 months here, everything goes. You know, selling the vehicles. We have all of our collective life savings all ready to go here, and off we go. You know, and I couldn't even tell you like what that would mean in terms of like, you know, I'm still getting paid, you know, USD while living in country X, and what that would mean for like what I gotta do with my American citizenship X, the visa status I currently have as I'm going to country Y. You know, there's a lot of ducks in the rows to get into here, but you know, there's a lot of really lucrative pools I'm seeing with Japan right now. They have a worker crisis. They have a population crisis. Over 2/3 of the workforce is currently over the age of 60, and there's going to be a shit ton of housing that will be vacant in the next decade and a half or so. That is going to be looking for. They're already relaxing tremendously on pro-immigration reforms, And so if you're there early right now with a historically weak yen, if you earn USD, then it's a really lucrative pool because the cost of living there is really cheap if you are waged in USD, for example. So yeah, spending JPY but earning USD is broken based off of tourist me looking at what's going on there. Like, it's like you pretty much cost living in USA, like, just to give you an ideas here, like, from what I understand, like rent in Tokyo, like the worst spot, right, is like 600 USD a month. Meals, in my experience, could comfortably be like 4 to 7 US dollars. 7 being you being kind of bougie. You can get pretty solid meals, healthier meals even too, by the way, for like 4 USD. And if you're cooking yourself, bring it even further down, quite honestly. Like, it's crazy what when you realize how affordable eating and living can be when you're not dealing with, like, US corporations comparatively. You don't need a vehicle. Again, you have dependable transit and all that. So again, if you're earning in USD, you kind of like, it's kind of a cheat code IRL, I would say. But so yeah, so with that, it's like, again, major caveats I said here numerous times so far. If you're earning USD and you're spending in USD, or you're conditioned to USD spending, then when you go and you're doing, like, domestic cost JPY conversions, it does kind of like help you out a ton, for sure. So okay. Anyways, here, yeah, that's like so that's kind of like if you consider the Japanese housing market, the currency exchange rates and where they currently are now and what they will be, and the immigration policy. Yeah, there's a lot of pretty cool things there, for sure. Though, that there's still more to be done, though. Like, right, like I would really like to just have way more Japanese on the arsenal and whatnot, but let me see here. Sorry, there's kind of a lot going on right there right now. Japan's ever like, we'll give you mad money if you move here and have a kid. They're getting close. I do recall right now, Misero, that right now, this is like somewhat recently, you probably know more than me actually about it here, but like they had recently buffed their maternity leave by law policy, so that every bit, because like what they're trying to do first is like have like the domestic citizens have more kids. So there's like a state sponsored dating service that you can use to like match to have more kids. And like, because the work culture is pretty scathing, by law now there's a really generous paid maternity leave. So if you're like domestic Japanese, you get there's like pretty solid perks right now to having kids, or there's like, they're trying to make having kids more welcomed, I suppose, here. But yeah, that's different than, say, that is, I would probably say, different than us immigrating over there, right? But yeah, it does seem like right now, the play would be kind of just like, maybe get there if you can and get the job that you want to do, and then be prepared for the opportunity whenever they kick in all the other shit here, because it is coming. I mean, I don't know how they're, where they are right now on the whole birth rate thing is like, it's a matter of when, not if. They can try to cushion it better between now and like 2030, but like it's gonna be bad, or 2035 or whatever, right? It's gonna be bad, and they're gonna need to do some really drastic shit whenever the writing's on the wall, and like everyone's croaking in like another 15 years, if not sooner. It depends on whenever they do that, and when they do, they're gonna have to really figure out here what they want to do. Are they gonna be okay with just like shrinking their economy considerably, or are they gonna like go on some pretty aggressive pro-immigration reforms to fill the gaps, and then learn from those lessons about how people are just not having kids for whatever culturally reinforced reason. So how did the population issue happen in Japan? See, y'all are stalling me right now. I'm trying to get to this other shit here. Y'all want to hear all about Japan shit right now? This wasn't even my topic. I was even getting to right now. But the answer is work culture, definitely. The Japanese work ethic and work culture does not really leave any like, I guess like mercy for parental units and whatnot. Now the main problem is the work ethic, but one could argue the cultural problem, and this, I'm not saying this is the case here, I'm saying this is what could be, is that every component of relationships is commodified and commercialized. You don't really have to have a girlfriend or a wife. You can just kind of like, you can go to maid cafes and you can go to host bars and get whatever component of emotional needs you're lacking right now met. You know, you can go to a host cafe and just like talk to a cute girl about your problems for an hour for like, you know, whatever amount, an hour, and get out of there. You can go to a maid cafe of whatever like subculture you're into, and then just have, you know, lay on her lap and have her like, you know, use a Q-tip to like dig into your ear, and then, you know, you just like let the warmth of her lap make you forget about how you just worked like a 90-hour work week or whatnot. So I don't know if that's not really what I'm gonna really to like die on a hill on here, but it is something that's uniquely different than, say, comparatively American culture. But it's definitely the work culture more so. It's massively preoccupying and leaving no leverage for kids, because it's so economically or maybe even capitalistically reinforced. But yeah, there's probably quite a few things going on there for sure, though. You know, I haven't really had a chance even to look into in general in Asia right now. I don't know, there's kind of a lot of things going on with like sexism and women. Because like right now there's this big thing going on in South Korea where just like Korean women just like said fuck men, and there's that, I think it's the 4B movement's going on right now, if it's still going on there. That's a situation. There's another problem. I want to say it's in India with like involving like men like raping a bunch or some shit like that. There's something else going on there too, but I haven't really been keeping tabs on it either, quite honestly. And then what was the other cultural thing about the Japanese youth? Oh, I forget what it was now. It's like, I want to say not only are people not having sex, but it's not even like a, oh, I can't get laid. It's a, I don't want sex. It's something like that here, actually. But yeah, culturally, which I find way more interesting, going honestly here. There's a lot going on in a couple of countries of interest right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really prepared to talk about all these things right now here. I mean, these are like very vague, loose things that I don't even remember when I read about them at this current time here. But I can tell you, if you Google like 4B movement, a lot of shit pops up there, and I wanted to look into it further, but I haven't had a chance to really, there's, it's not like we're exactly like low on things here currently in USA right now. You know what I'm saying? So you should watch that gotcha drama gender war video sometime if you want to learn more about South Korean gender politics. Yeah, well, whenever there's a slow day, like I'm already struggling to get to gameplay right now, and y'all tacking on more shit ain't really helping here. So, one thing I can say is that like the one topic I think is an easier draw to hear, because that's like foreign culture from a foreign perspective, right? So it's really easy for me to be really cringe. Like, I'm not going to be the one to give like a candid or well-informed take on the 4B movement, or what's going on with like Japanese dating, or what's going on with like Indian men raping women way more decade over decade, right? The topic that I can maybe give like, you know, commentary on would probably be in this spectrum here is probably Passport Bros. That's the one that I'm probably closer to doing a segment on at some point, because this has been building up now for at least the last like 5 years. And I do have thoughts, and it's complicated though. It's complicated to get into like, what they are, where it started, where it is now, and kind of how it is, what it is, and how it's gotten a bad rep. Like, why are Passport Bros detested now in certain circles? And there's a lot to go on to there. There's a lot. It's culture. It's complicated, right? So, not today, but you know, that's probably closer to a topic on my stream, more so than the other ones we mentioned just now here in passing. Though, again, that's just not to say I don't care. I find all of them interesting. You know, hate it or love it here. I am kind of a they call me sociology slut, you know. I do be liking my culture shit, for better, for worse. You know, if anything here, like, policy shit be kind of boring because it's always like technical and more argumentative, but culture, that's learning, and I like that a lot actually here. So, okay. Well, anyways, y'all, let's try to get on point here, because like, you know, people I think are here for the Kendrick Lamar album review, and God help me if I even get to that today, the rate I'm going right now. So, all right, with that here, we continue. Thank you everyone for the subs. I appreciate you. Love you and all of that here. So, okay, so yeah, Luigi Mangione, he you may recall here, he clapped the United Healthcare CEO, and we were covering who he is as a person. I showed you how America was responding to the assassination. They were not empathetic towards the CEO passing because they were aware that healthcare in the USA is a dystopic shithole that is functioning exactly as intended. Then whenever he was arrested and revealed to be who he is, not saying he did it, allegedly he did it, right? We're gonna, you know, he's charged, alleged, etc. here, but we don't definitively know if he did it, but it's looking pretty likely he did it. I don't know. It's looking likely he did it at surface level, not being conspiratorial, but like, it just seems like you know, we have to keep in mind here when the FBI is involved. FBI and CIA, they're not the cleanest orgs in the fucking world here, not even close. And we covered it yesterday here, but there's a couple of things when he was apprehended. The evidence on him that they claim they found, he's already denying that they were his. Could be lying. They also could be lying though, because we've already learned. Well, I mentioned it yesterday here, but there's this thing that that intelligence can do. It's called like I had the term yesterday, I forgot it already here, but like, you can think that someone did something, and then you're creating evidence, falsified evidence that they did it, and you're using that falsified evidence to hold them in contempt, an effort to find the legitimate evidence, and then make it a compounding double evidence burger that in the end gets you what you want, the apprehension. But you did have to use unethical measures like, you know, fabricated evidence to contain them, to be able to extract information to kind of tie it to the legit evidence. There's a term for this here, and this goes into play the fact that he was apprehended with conveniently $10,000 in money, $8,000 in USD, $2,000 in foreign currency, along with other things that implied he was a flight risk, which would allow them to decree such and hold him without bail because he's not considered a flight risk. So there's like, just keep that in mind here. I'm bringing it into substance here, and if you think that's bullshit, then you know, give me like 5 minutes to like Google like the examples of where this happened before, where like literally intelligence has actually fabricated this, and then they retroactively make it into legitimate evidence and whatnot. So somebody could probably help me with what the notice. There's a specific term for this: fabricated evidence that is being used to detain somebody illegally or unethically, an effort to then extract information to find legitimate evidence. It's like not how, like, it's kind of the whole utilitarian thing, maybe in a way here. Like you're doing bad actions, but if the result is good and that you're able to detain the person who's guilty of the thing here, then in the end it was all worth it, right? In a way, kind of like, if I'm able to use an example here, in a way, kind of like, and I forgive me here, this is just a really extreme example, but it's one that comes to mind. Kind of like when, say, like child porn stings happen, and then, you know, the whoever, right, FBI, CIA, whoever it is, right, they continue to operate that website and just keep busting more and more CP consuming, you know, pedophiles, and it's like, well, you're distributing CP, which is kind of like the whole thing you don't want to have happen. So I mean, sure, you're busting pedos, but you're distributing CP here. I don't know what, like, how long are you gonna, like, because the whole thing here about that scenario is it happened and it went on for like weeks, and it's kind of like, okay, you know, it's kind of weird. Yeah. So just giving you an example of an idea here. Again, that's a whole other topic. I forget which exactly, like, what the Wikipedia article will be called pertaining to like that particular incident, but you'd have to Google it here. Though I wouldn't Google this, probably make the FBI look at you at that point if you look doing that. Yeah, entrapment is yeah, it's on the radar right now here. But again, we're gonna get into, as of right now, Luigi does have a lawyer that's already playing hardball. So we'll get into that a little bit later on here. All right, so okay, and then with that, let's go ahead and continue where we were, because man, I'm trying to remember where the fuck were we at this point here. All right, so we're still looking at tweets from his timeline. So right now, rare base W from Elon Musk here. The Twitter profile from Luigi Mangione is now verified. Verified as of today, by the way, and is not suspended. The YouTube, the Goodreads, and many other like digital footprints for Luigi are already erased and sanitized, because the common perception is that, oh, the platform that is hosting his stuff is presumably you're endorsing murder, which is like no one with an IQ is going to say that, obviously, here. So the public can handle it. I think we're all mature and whatnot. So I will give the kudos to Elon in this particular instance, where actually the profile is staying up, which I think is good. We're all able to like make our own diagnosis of the whole thing here. Yeah, it's because it happens so fucking often. It's so repetitive and stupid here, because all that happens whenever you wipe that is that, well, first off, it'll get wiped, but then like press and media will have access to like everything else anyway, and then they'll just selectively quote the shit like they're already doing with this manifesto. They selectively quote from it, and you can do that in a way to create a narrative anyway. So it's like, I mean, I'd argue the net negative here is that, you know, we're enriching the propaganda arm of news infrastructure at the expense of like this performative sanitization, where like no one thinks that YouTube endorses murder because his profile was still alive or whatever. So okay. Anyways, so we're gonna go ahead and continue now. So I was showing y'all the tweets that I found the most interesting. Everything I'm showing you here right now is either a retweet from Luigi, or is a post from Luigi himself here. So we're still going through effectively his digital footprint. Then we will get to his Goodreads and what books he read, and kind of his descent into radicalization. And then we'll get into memes in my final take on the whole thing here. So right now we're currently on still part 2 of Who is Luigi. The other parts are significantly faster, by the way. This is the longest part by far. So don't think I'm gonna be here like forever. Like it's not a million billion tweets here. It's significantly less from here on out. So this was retweeted by Luigi at one point. 77% of U.S. young men could not join the military. The American Department of Defense recently did an analysis of 17 to 24-year-olds and found that 77% were unqualified to serve in the military. Due mostly to obesity, drug use, physical health, or mental health. Almost half were disqualified for more than one of those reasons. So that seems concerning for multiple reasons. But looking at it, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. 35% are disqualified for being overweight, but the weight limit for the Army is 20% body fat, which is reasonably strict. 24% were disqualified for drug abuse, but that, in theory, includes anyone who's ever used marijuana, right? So, and then we have here some replies from Luigi. Evolutionary mismatch of Homo sapiens in its 21st century living environment is unfathomably immense. Is it surprising to see so few well-adjusted individuals? Drug abuse isn't fair criteria, IMO. The most intelligent, open-minded individuals I know all manipulate and push the buttons on their psyche via specific drugs. Drug abuse should distinguish psilocybin, say that correctly? Marijuana from addictive soul suckers like meth, fentanyl, etc. But if we're screening soldiers, maybe we don't want free thinkers, so drug abuse should remain vague as to capture both maverick thinkers and dopamine junkies. That 23% eligibility is initially scary, but remember, we do want a population of diverse thinkers, not factory line of identical soldier drones. What remains concerning is that such a massive percent of men fail physical standards, which in no context is advantageous to the group. So you kind of get a couple of things here, right? There's a couple of things that we're kind of getting at here when we're seeing what his replies here are. One, it's evident here that Luigi was physically fit, right, all the way through here, and unfortunate that his like presumed back injury from a surfing incident while in Hawaii led to an early crippling on his physical capability, because he clearly was physically fit. And he's kind of seeing what now. I don't endorse murder, right? As I keep saying over and over again here, I gotta keep saying it over and over again. But the thing I've been saying too here, that I don't necessarily think here that if I'm reading him correctly here, then it sounds like kind of things I've been saying here, in that, like, if you are fat or overweight or have a, painfully sedentary lifestyle, it's not necessarily your fault. Modern society, again, we have a society right now that kind of almost like stigmatizes walking because it's so pro car. You need a car to have access to reasonable transportation to get the job you want to get. Walking is just like not really seen as like a feasible option, and the alternatives to owning an automobile are comically underdeveloped and underfunded. City buses are crap in most places. No viable alternatives to automobiles, and walking major intersections is sometimes not even a possibility. You might not even have a crosswalk at every intersection to even be able to make the optimal walking path to work wherever you want to work in most situations, in most cities, in most city planning altogether here in USA. It's very much an afterthought because of the lack of foresight and planning and the continued urban sprawl where we just like build more suburbia surrounding cities. The problem with Houston is the problem with most cities in terms of traffic density and car dependency. It's just that Houston, Texas is noteworthy because it's the one that's the worst with it. But for the most part, most US cities are the same fucking problem. Just no long-term planning at all here. Right. And so as I said before here, like if you are fat or overweight, it's like, we're now at a point of progression in the national dialogue here to acknowledge that like the strict moral failing of a healthy lifestyle is we're no longer in like the 1990s here with that kind of attitude now. It's very clear that like the food is marketed and built to be as addictive as possible. You are fed sugar additive Gerber brand baby formula when you are born. You are exposed to a copious amount of predatory advertising of sugar-enriched foods, whether it be cereals or the like, if you were a 90s kid or a 2000s kid. You are exposed to an saturation of fats, sugars, and salts at every opportunity as to be made as cheap as possible, as addictive as possible, as minimally filling as possible, in order to keep you normalized on wanting that food, so that whenever you are conditioned and addicted to it, you don't question Domino's for feeding you, a cheese-loaded, saturated, fat carb bomb of a pizza, but rather it's your own desires and wills rationalizing that maintained addiction, one could say. Again, it goes back very simply here. If you conclude here that sugar is addictive, then all this makes a lot of sense here, obviously, from a business standpoint. So And then you combine this with, the things like food deserts, where, if you just live in a small town where Walmart took over, fucked everything else up, and all that's left is like fast food in a Walmart, and the food that's sold in Walmart is largely sourced from 6 corporations that all are in on the $7 billion a year sugar industry, it's pretty fucking hard to even eat clean if you want to, short of like completely outsourcing cooking to domestically in your kitchen, which the modern society job hustle and lifestyle do not lend themselves towards quickly. It will require a lot of bootstrapping on your own here to recognize that you were not prepared for cooking and conventional public school educations and all the amenities and home economics that you were probably never taught. You're gonna have to like figure out here now, because society loves a consumer spending, consumer dependent, outsourcing individual to just go eat out at fast every day. It's literally the society that like McDonald's and Wendy's love having here, right? So yeah, for most people, I don't think it's their fault. I think we're all dealt a bunch of cards here that we were not prepared for, and it fucking sucks for sure. So I'm empathetic towards that here, but in the same way that what Luigi is saying here, I completely understand that there is a troubling thing right now, that if this is true, that 3/4 of young men are, for whatever reason, not even able to pass a basic PT, then, or they're like over 20% body fat. I mean, this is not really new either here. So I've commented about how like I focus on the moral panic more so because of the fact that like childhood obesity was not this troubling of a stat to acknowledge here, I would say 15 years ago, but now it is. If I recall correctly, it's like 2/3 of US adults are overweight, and childhood obesity now is like, I don't want to make up a number here, but it's a number. I remember it's higher than I remember it being. Like if it's not over 20%, it's almost over 20% now. And I mean, not childhood overweightness, childhood obesity. Like, and the things that we're seeing now here, right? The phenomenons of the picky eater who like they cannot even, they have a phobia of foreign texture because they were so saturated in their adolescence into eating the very, very familiar, lucrative, addictive things that we now know with like nuggies and pizza and French fries and macaroni and cheese and bacon and chocolate and sugar. So yeah, there's a lot to look into all that too here, but yeah, certainly I agree that there are red flags right now all the way through here. Health crisis, obesity crisis, food crisis, all of that. Problem is, I don't think RFK Jr. is going to be is in the right mindset to really bring it to a substantive repairing in the Trump administration. But anyways, let's keep going here. So I just want to kind of throw you there a couple of those there. I'll just link some here if you want to kind of get in there. Next up here, gay and retarded moron, minor descent is someone that I believe he follows and whatnot, that he interacts with all the time here. And he says, why is the number of people who are considering the possibility that religion is a product of fitness enhancing mimetic selection so minuscule? Like, there's literally millions of Darwinist atheists in the world, and yet there seems to be less than 1,000 who have ever asked the most basic question of, if religion is so bad and evil and dumb and wrong, why hasn't atheism outcompeted it ever in all of human history for more than a few decades at a time? Okay, big question there. It always baffles me too. Not a difficult concept. When I was 15, I wrote a paper about Christianity's rise over secular Roman paganism due to fitness enhancing benefits for the plebs. To which that paper is public on Google Docs, and though he wrote it in 2014, so it's not the strongest read in the world here, but I do think what's cool about it is he was 18 years old. Well, he's 26 now, so we can just do the math backwards, right? So he was 16 when he wrote this paper, and I'd say that's pretty rad. I mean, me at 16, well, it's hard to say, right? I mean, if I make it about me, it's not really about me right now, but like I wouldn't say me at 16 was spitting out things like this. But that's also because I'm a byproduct of like Louisiana education. I was not really encouraged to pursue my academic potential, I would argue. I was actually, again, sorry, small thing about me, you know, Trihex, Louisiana, teenager. What I got was heavy scrutiny and stigmatization over like race ideology by my own peers. So I was always, it was always the, I'm the white kid, I'm the white black kid, I'm the Oreo, I'm white Mike, that's what they would call me, right? And so I felt I was conditioned to great shame for, I don't know, even trying to, you know, anything. And I got punched down a lot in middle school, a lot. And by the time I get into high school, I was so insecure and eager for validation from like the shallow facade of like high school hierarchies, that I wasn't really trying. I didn't try until senior year, quite honestly, which is really, really sad. Thankfully, my grandmother, a teacher herself here, saw through the bullshit and was like, told me to like stop not trying and to actually try. But in the end, though, yeah, me at 16, I wasn't cooking this up here. Me at 18, there was more self-love, and then I started to like actually apply myself by the time I got to like senior level English. But yeah, I wasn't cooking up this shit. At 16, I was very much just like kind of dissociating in my own world with like trying to cope with high school being miserable and just enjoying like some really fuckload of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh and hentai, and that's pretty much what it was. You know, TMI, whatever, don't care. That my high school was my middle school and high school years were fucking awful. Got a lot better after high school once I got to the real world in college. But yeah, anyways, yeah, you know, and I've shared with y'all before here the papers I was cooking up by the time I was in community college and beyond here. But anyways, throwing in that right here for you. So we'll drop in this, and I already linked the thing here, right? I did. Okay, all right, cool. So moving on, we'll be here all day here. Absolutely base take here. I love it. I remember this being one of my favorites actually from Luigi. So don't say stochastic if you can just say random. Don't say Bayesian prior. I'm saying right here. If you can just say assumption. Using fancy words doesn't make you more convincing. It only draws attention away from what you're saying to the way you're saying it, making you less convincing. Luigi, this is why Jordan Peterson always bothers me. Overcomplicates everything he says out loud, wasting everyone's mental bandwidth and having to decipher it. The best teachers are the best communicators. Clear, succinct. Is that ever correct? I know how it's spelled. I never know how to say it though. Succinct, simple language, which is total banger here. I completely agree. This is like a top 5 tweet from Luigi here for sure. Succinct. Gotcha. And another, even before I get to dunking on Jordan Peterson, who's a fucking cringe lord, there's a great quote. It might be attributed to Einstein. I don't remember who said it here, but if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. That is the whoever said that quote, that was one that I remember reading like in like 2007. I'm like, damn, bro, that is bars. The best teacher can compartmentalize the complex into the accessible, and go from there here. I like it a lot here. So I catch myself whenever I explain a concept or I try to explain my take here, and then some of my chat is lost. Then I think back, okay, maybe I'm unqualified, or maybe I'm not able to like do it well. I do try my best here to always like keep that in mind though. You know, verbiage or vocabulary pornography itself can modify or enhance the cadence or the inflection of what you're communicating. But in the end, it's like, you know, I am streaming to like people, to other humans, and at some point you have to consider here like what you want to do. Like what is your aim? What's your aim here with like how you're saying what you're saying, with what words you chose to say this thing in the first place here. And I agree. What bugs me about Jordan Peterson and really everyone here probably is that like there are times when Peterson's trying to explain something and he just goes so far out into like this like eroticism of vocabulary extreme that you're stuck on like the words he's saying or the words he's choosing, and you have to kind of come back and rewind back on like what the point was trying to be made here. It gets a bit crazy. There's like particularly there's an exchange between him and like I think it's his first appearance on Joe Rogan, where there's like a 5-minute segment where he's just going off and it's so like ridiculously verbose that it's an unintended like AI parody of itself. Like this is like what an AI would spit out as like a parody of Jordan Peterson being indulgent and sniffing his own farts, getting high in his own methane, I would say. But yeah, this is a banger. We're not going to go further. I mean, we can dunk on Jordan Peterson any other day here. If we want to talk about Jordan Peterson's worldviews on like masculinity, religion, role of women in society. I mean, there's his view on art. There's a lot of cringe there. Whenever I think we're no longer in like 2016 where I feel like I'm the one getting ratio and that whole kind of thing. Now we can kind of move past that point now. Guy's a confirmed dork at this point. Okay, moving on. So this is like another big one here. Remember, Gurwinder is the gentleman who has a Substack that he engaged with Luigi a ton on as a fan himself. So let's go back here a little bit on, it's the middle of him making this thread here. New mental model mega thread has arrived. In 20 tweets, I'll summarize 20 of the most useful principles I know. So, an example of one here. Dopamine culture. I'm not going to go all this here. I'm just going to give you like the opening one, then the one that he replies to. Dopamine culture. Every kind of organized distraction tends to become more and more imbecile. Is that correctly? The delay between desire and gratification is shrinking. Pleasure is increasingly more instant and effortless. Everything becomes a drug. What will it do to us? So, and gotta say here, he's not wrong on these ones here, actually. Athletics. Play a sport. Watch a sport. Gamble on a sport. Slow traditional culture. Fast modern culture. And then the evolution into dopamine culture. Journalism. Newspapers. Multimedia. Clickbait. Film and TV. Video. Reels of shorts. Music. Albums. Tracks. TikToks. View on a gallery wall. View on a phone. Scroll on a phone. Handwritten letters, voice, email, memo, short texts. Courtship, marriage, sexual freedom, swipe on an app. Now, of course, I would argue that like you don't have to endorse all of these here, but we can certainly say here that the for sure the opening three are 100% factual. Are people TikToks are is an interesting one here because the implication here is that there are people who would not consume tracks from an album if not for TikToks. Like the act of consuming a audio single in isolation is too non-stimulating, and it has to be an accompanying video to bother listening to the track. I don't know if we're at that point yet with music, but I do see this being the eventuality at some point, right? Yada yada yada. I don't have to contest every single fucking thing I'm going to read here on the screen and whatnot, but you get the idea though. Okay, so with that though, you get the idea of like what the thread's going to be about here. Going down here now to number 3, the one he's going to reply to here. Fredkin's paradox. The more similar two choices seem, the less the decision should matter. Yet the harder it is to choose between them. As a result, we often spend the most time on decisions that matter least. Less time making decisions equals more time making decisions work. So, so this is like, you know, I mean, it's probably gonna explain here in a second here, but like, if I can think of a really good example of this in application, it would be kind of like, I suppose here, if you wanted like a red car, this is I don't think it's gonna be a good one here. If you wanted a red car, but there's not like an obvious red, there's like the options at the dealership are there's a maroon, and then there's like, I don't know, some kind of like off red alternative, right? And in the end, your desire of red is like clearly this pseudo maroon and burgundy. It's called, okay, maroon and burgundy, I guess here. If hypothetically they were an equal weight away from like they're equally weighted away from like the core red that you want, and you got to pick between those two here. And again, this is like not even a good example because it's not even really important at all here. But like you're stuck on those two. This is a shit example actually. I can't make up a good one on the fly right now, but you probably get the idea. We'll go ahead and get to his reply here anyway. So his reply is, this is true when comparing two choices in a vacuum, but when there exist more than two choices, we actually tend to find more similar choices easier to compare. A great excerpt from Dan Early's Predictably Irrational. And it reads, the left side of the illustration, we see two options, each of which is better on a different attribute. Option A is better on attribute 1, let's say quality. Option B is better on attribute 2, let's say beauty. Obviously, these two are two very different options, and the choice between them is not simple. Now consider what happens if we add another option. Let's call it negative A. See the right side of the illustration. This option is clearly worse than option A, but it's very similar to it, making the comparison between them easy and suggesting that A is not better than negative A, but also better than B. In essence, introducing negative A, the decoy, creates a simple relative comparison with A, and hence makes A look better, not just relative to negative A, but overall as well. As a consequence, the inclusion of negative A in the set, even if no one ever selects it, makes people more likely to make A their final choice. Now, in this context, you could say here, this is like, you know, reinforcing the decoy effect, where you introduce a product purely that exists purely to make the intended selling product look better by comparison. This is where you often see things like the whole, like, you know, this smartphone is starting at $999 and it's a base configuration that's never meant to actually sell. The actual configuration you're meant to sell is the one that has the most value and perception to giving the pseudo agency to consumers, and that, like, clearly, you know, the base configuration of an iPhone has not enough storage, and you're actually meant to buy the upgraded storage, yada, 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 right? Apply this to, you know, most Apple products, apply this to probably most spectrums of modern flagship smartphone technology or products, and you get the idea. So, yeah, really, really cool stuff here. I mean, this is like some genuinely fascinating things, and I don't think he's wrong here either. This is, we can actually look at the whole thing and get a better idea. So, two choices can be Fredkin's paradox, but yeah, when there's more than two, it definitely can also cause this to happen here. And I brought up the decoy effect, not to say that the decoy effect is the only applicant of this property, but rather, it's the one that I think is like an easy example pool for the sake of exemplifying this scenario. But there are others besides just decoy effect that come into play here for sure. Moving on. More from that same thread. Again, I was reading a lot of this on 2 days ago. Naxit fallacy is the next one here. So let's go ahead and go on that one now. Smart people tend to use qualifiers like generally and most, and dumb people tend to ignore them. Most people who are pro-choice are also pro-gun. Wrong, I'm not. Men are generally taller than women. False, my wife is 7 feet tall. Naxalt, not all X are like that. The mistaken belief that the mistaken belief that because you can name someone here, that the center line does not exist, right? When you can identify the outliers and use the outliers in the probability pool to negate, you know, you're using the outliers in your anecdote to negate the statistic actuality of something, right? You know, this one's really now that we're giving it a name, the Naxalt fallacy, this is very fucking common. Human nature is to over rely on personal experience and anecdotes when which is probably fine when we were primitive and we had, you know, clans of 150 humans gathering and hunting and whatnot. But in modern society now, where we're way more global than our primitive brains were ever adapted for here, yeah, being into statistics is kind of pretty hot, and you know, just getting really into, well, you know, I don't, you know, all I ever see are, you know, I can't even think of an example here really, but like, you know, if all I ever hear about is, if my only experience with like blacks doing crime is hearing about Fox News crying about Chirac and crime in Chicago all the fucking time, but I don't know any black people, then I'm just gonna think you're, well, okay, if they're, that's probably a prejudice thing more than anything else here, but like, you know, you get the idea. This is used a fuck ton, and actually chat can really easily help me compliment here on the whole thing. But yeah, when there's outliers and people die on the hills of the outliers that they personally know exist, in order to negate the what could be the macro perspective on things. All BMW drivers are bad drivers. Well, not my girlfriend. She drives a BMW. She does great. Okay, great. Well, I mean, here's the stats though. Here's the stats, you know, of the 2023 car accidents by car brand from the Highway Commission database here, and it says here factually that BMWs are the most car accidented. You know, da. So with that, okay, again, pretty cool to have a name attached to it here, and there's probably other iterations of it as well, because I'm not sure if it's just one here. It's such a common phenomenon and like illogical fallacies here. So we go back here to Luigi. Meme version I always sit in debates. An oldie but a goodie here. So we're gonna link this, and then we're gonna go into there. So what is the oldie but goodie? The average of this normal distribution is here. Well then, how do you explain the fact that these points exist? You can't. And go over there. So, definitely an oldie but a goodie for sure. I'd love to hear what comes to mind when you encounter this statement verbatim in some random conversation here, you know? Oh my God. All right, let's keep going here then. Okay, so yeah, and now we're getting into the hot take. Okay, let's pause on this one. This is a doozy. All right, so we're gonna go into the first tweet here first. Pictured quote: the native population of Japan is falling at a rate of 100 people per hour, down nearly 600K from the previous year. Prime Minister says Japan at the brink of being unable to maintain social functions. Government incentives to have babies ineffective. This is cultural. The only hope is immigration. Immigration won't solve anything. It's maybe a short-term solution at best. Japan will be fine as long as it stays Japanese. Okay. All right. Well, that's a lot to get into right there. Okay, let's just go ahead and keep going here. So this is then quoted, and here we go. Probably the hottest take here. So, all right. Modern Japanese urban environment is an evolutionary mismatch for the human animal. The solution to falling birth rates isn't immigration, it's cultural. Encourage natural human interaction, sex, physical fitness, and spirituality. Ban tanga fleshlights in Japan, real whole custom porn star pocket pussies being sold on Don Quixote grocery stores. Replace conveyor belt sushi and restaurant vending machines ordering with actual human interaction with a waiter. Replace 24/7 esports cafes where young males earn false fitness signals via Tekken fighting and Overwatch shooting games with athletics in school. Heavily stigmatize maid cafes where lonely salarymen pay young girls to dress as anime characters and perform anime dances for them. Revitalize traditional Japanese culture. Shintoism, Okinawan karate, onsen, etc. So this is a doozy right here, is what I would say. Okay, all right. So, all right. Okay, so, man, this is a big one here. Let me just go back a little bit on that. So, if the issue here is the native population of Japan and the a more culturally traditional, if we're using the right term here, a place like Japan or the Japanese, could be anywhere, right? Where like there's clearly a value there's like a domestic value placed upon retaining culture, I guess like culturistic integrity, right? Because like Japan has a lot of shit going on that is like very traditional, and you can tell it's because of the mishmash of like American culture whenever American or Western tourists go visit there and whatnot. And probably in their interest to keep quite a few things about Japan Japanese, right, et cetera here. And in the end, immigration to fix the declining birth rate. I'm having to give this a lot of thought. Forgive me. I'm trying to. This is a lot to take in right now. If it is a culturistic thing with a declining birth rate, that's coincidentally right. We're talking about this earlier here. That is stemming from part work culture that's unsustainable for the necessary ratio of proliferation of humans to have families and whatnot, compounded by a culture that's also conveniently having all of its emotional needs commodified and therefore making less urgency to actually get in relationships and have children, et cetera. You want a growing population in the context of being able to keep the economy functioning, right? And to keep the patients of society serving one another in different sectors to keep the whole society rolling and whatnot. This is kind of like it's kind of the early version of the problem you're going to foresee with automation doing a mass exile of the working class without like a proper UBI in place. It's kind of the end point of that here. We're just like, oh, fuck, we don't have enough people to keep this economy going because we're not far along enough in the automation. And in this case here, it's it's that problem. Whereas like on our end in America, what the threat seems to be is that like capitalism and corporations are very eager to kind of get to automation, to outsource everything to non-unioned robots that will just continue to just like operate and do things for maintenance, upkeep, and a one-time investment, rather than having to deal with the liability of like humans doing shit, right? Again, more on automation that another time here, but yeah, in the end here though, I see this as like immigration won't solve. You can't out immigrate this problem, because then presumably I think the implication is that if you do, then you create new problems with the I guess like the Japanese culture integrity and that identity being lost in the process of the diluting of the immigration, presumably here. Now again, I can't. This is again foreigner talking about foreign culture, so it's gonna be cringe. I can't say that's what it was getting at here. He didn't really elaborate. That's fine though. That's kind of what I see it as, right? The focus though is on what Luigi says here, which is pretty molten hot, I would say. In the context of what we do about it. I'm just not knowledgeable enough to say here these are all completely correct, but it does feel like it's a pretty disgruntled take that April of this year. It feels like a pretty disgruntled take of someone who might be projecting a little bit onto their lack of capability, given that he was probably he at the time he's going through his back injury and whatnot for sure. So what we have here, I do think this is good. I think the what being advocated for is good. The specifics of what to do about it is a bit out there for sure. Yeah, generally I just don't my gut reactions, I don't really agree with I don't agree with these. But I don't have to debate these kind of things right now here. I would just say here that this is really, really complicated, and I'd like more time. I find a topic interesting though. This is a very interesting topic for sure, and I'd want to do a lot more studying. I feel like if I knew more specifics from maybe a translated Japanese sociology report of more about how more of the why we've gotten to this point with the declining birth rate and the and why the youth and even people my age are having trouble, are just not interested in either romance or procreation and the like. I would want more data on how we got to this point for me to have a more candid take, or more substantive take here on what I would advocate for be done to solve that problem. You know what I mean? But I don't know if I really agree with just like, shitting on video games, esports cafes, and if necessarily the commodifying of all emotional needs is to blame right now. One could argue that before we do any of this kind of extreme shit, in my opinion, it's better served to attack the work culture. I would argue the work culture is like the thing that really, really is crazy and could use a lot of help here, which is convenient to mention right now because quite recently there was a, not only was the, what's it called here? The paid maternity leave by national law passed to encourage, more children be born from and whatnot, that we don't have to use your careers as a crutch for like why not having kids, but also that the Japanese work week is now moving to a 4:3 ratio, and this is coming. I think it's already happening now here. I think I had an article. I should have grabbed that whenever I was thinking about it here. The Japanese are moving to a 4:3 work week, something I'd love to see America do as well, by the way, here. And could have happened whenever the work from home revolution was gaining momentum back during 2021. But we already know, and I covered it before with y'all here years ago here, that the Japan division of Microsoft had already been testing. Microsoft, a Western company, US-based company, right? Microsoft's Japan division was already testing the 4-day work week, and it had proven that people were more productive and recharged. And on a pro-economic argument, it was getting better results from their workers. Better retention, better productivity, better results. Choosing to keep the status quo of the 5-2, 5 days on, 2 days off work week is not as lucrative or profitable, literally, than going to the 4-3 model of work week. And that's even including keeping the hours the same. 4 days of 10 hours a day with 3 days off, everyone enjoyed more than the 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And I think most of y'all would agree too, that if you could pick A or B, yeah, you'd want 3 days off. Clearly, approaching that extra day would be crazy. So, all right, I'm looking over here now, and Kamikaze. My man with the clutch here. Thank you so much. Yeah, so literally, yeah, Tokyo government gives workers 4-day work week to boost fertility, family time. Yeah, literally. Yeah, there you go. So, exactly what I was getting at here. So, I hate 410s. Well, the reason where the reason for 4 days of 10 hours, it's because in reality, I agree the 410 is not the best solution. The real best is really the 4-8. But the problem here is like the problem I'm gonna get at here about that is the fact that like these knucklehead, I don't know, mid-level managers or whatever, they just see less hours worked and they're like, oh well, we gotta crack the whip here. Work from home is already revealed here that you're not paying per objective being cleared. You're paying by the hours. You're not really given the incentive to work more efficient. You're given the incentive with your compensation to pad your accomplishments to bloat the hours being spent. Right? That's how you get compensated. So, of course, if we were able to go full radical on the whole thing here, it would be that, yeah, we do the 4x8, right? Because we already learned here with work from home, you can get your workload done in 4 hours when you're not stuck dealing with the commute and the bureaucracy of the workplace politics. But they don't want to hear all that though. They don't believe you, they don't trust you, and these mid-level managers need a reason to feel like they're helping something here. So you're stuck dealing with that bullshit. Yeah, the real take, of course, is that, you know, the 4x8, but just for the sake of you not working any less, you have to kind of, you know, the question is going to be, would you rather the 5x8 or the 4x10? Because you're still working the same 40 hours a week, right? And with that in mind, I think most would choose the 4x10 to get that third day off, because then you get like the recharge day, and then you get 2 days after to actually enjoy your time off, hopefully here. So that'd be the idea there. You know, there's more context though with the whole. There's more context with, does a 4x10 change come with like a hybrid model? Like, can we come to the office like once a week? Do we have to come here all the time? Like, talking about like, and you know the answer there. The answer there clearly is that they value the performative commercial real estate of you coming to that building more than your actual work contribution. Their economic interests are in multiple pots, and it's not just slave driving you, it's slave driving you and having your time be wasted for the performative facade of keeping the commercial markets for these downtown business centers relevant and whatnot. Yeah, but either way though, look, even then we can yearn on the specifics of like the 5x8 versus the 4x10 versus the 4x8. Sadly, USA would never on this shit here. We can't even get fucking paid sick leave by fucking law at this point. So yeah, USA be straight in the dumpster right now. So this is like this is like not even. You're better off moving to another country if you want like the tangibles of modern society in the context of workers' rights, because you ain't gonna get it here anytime soon. I don't think here. Okay, but again, we have to move on though. So, in the end, complicated topic here, but yeah, you can see a little bit of the radicalization come into play here now of what Luigi is saying at that time. So, let's keep going here. Retweeted by Luigi. Netflix, DoorDash, and true crime podcasts have stolen more dreams than failure ever will. Damn. You know, is it true, chat? Is the slave to consumerism and the temporary distractions of modern convenience, is that what's diluting everyone's ambition just enough to like make do with their mundane job and whatnot? Like, if there was less things to distract you in between your current gig, you know, killing you slowly inside, creatively, ambitiously, and whatnot, would you pick up a hobby, and would you reassess what you want to do with your life if you didn't have temporary escapism with the likes of Netflix and DoorDash? You know, this isn't not targeting you particularly. This is more like what's getting at and whatnot. Keep in mind here though, he also, like, you know, it's hard to, you know, this is like a really big question of like, I guess like perspective and philosophy, maybe even ideology, because like, Luigi was a very privileged person. If I didn't recap it so far in today's iteration of this whole thing here, he was he went to a academy that had a 38.5K annual tuition. You know, his high school was a $40,000 a year high school. So he, privilege is an understatement, and his quality of education is stellar. He's intelligent, clearly, and whatnot, but at the same time here, look, given his early opportunities into adolescence and development, it wouldn't shock. I wonder how many more people, more like, is the consumption of Netflix, DoorDash, and true crime podcasts, is this a symptom of a moral failure of the individual who's just prone to the distractions of consumerism? Or is it more telling of society and how the socioeconomic factors that we can't even choose where we're born, how much wealth our family we're born into has, determines ultimately what you're exposed to, and then how that stems into your personality as it's developing during your teenagehood and whatnot. So And you know, the overarching commentary is going to be here that like society is fucked and it needs a radicalization, a revolution. And I won't disagree. I won't disagree there. Yeah, society is pretty fucking ill right now. Not only is it ill, it's gotten worse. I mean, every metric I can think of here is fucked. We now have type 2 diabetes happening to people in their 20s. That didn't happen until a decade ago. We have childhood obesity going up. We have we don't even have studies that are really being done at a governmental level with like cell phone addiction, social media addiction, dopamine manipulation with social media, the Instagram effect on women, its mental health and whatnot. You know, the destruction of third spaces, etc., etc. Here, I mean, cold take here. Millennials in their upbringing had it better, I'd argue, in many ways than Zoomers and Alpha did, with like the saturation of smartphones, social media. Both of those two things alone have changed society fundamentally so hardcore that it's tough to really even quantify, like, in how many ways, right? It's so many. It's like everywhere. It's like 100%. Where hasn't it changed, right? And it's kind of like the whole thing here. So, all right. Anyways, continuing going here. You know, even we right now, and the most y'all are probably my age here. Y'all are like in your 20s or early 30s or whatever. You know, it's hard to even really imagine, right? Even from our end here. I mean, I wonder what the average like 16-year-old's like screen time is and whatnot. You know, like how many hours per day are they on that phone? Every time I would ask Venom when she was going to university and she was around 18-year-olds constantly, the answer was like glued. Like, no, they're not even like. And according to her, again, anecdotal, but whatever here. But I would imagine that this is not too far gone from the average university, right? Like the normies going to state-funded university. It's yeah, they on their phone. They don't talk to anybody. Making friends is harder than ever. Everyone's already pre-engaged on their phone. And you know, which is strange because on my end, when I was in university in 2011, it was like I remember. Maybe I'm different. I don't know, but like it was way more analog. You know, making friends was like pretty easy for me, quite honestly. But also, I was a social butterfly. I blossomed in college. I was the total nuclear opposite in high school. Well, yeah, I was Mr. Popular. It's because like you know, I don't know. It's like I didn't peak in high school, and so therefore, when I didn't have self-love and self-acceptance. I would say I embraced who I was in college. I didn't care, you know. So yeah, I was an anime watching, Yu-Gi-Oh playing, trading card game enjoying, animation enthusiast who could spit about all the major Disney feature animations or my favorite aspects of computer animation or my favorite Pixar movies and all that shit, right? Like, you know, I was in animation and all the other kids were just like me. So we were, yeah, we could spit. We drew together. We nerded out together. It was awesome. You know, I was no longer dealing with the fucking, the mundane, grueling hierarchy of high school garbage where it's all like shallow social climb, clout chasing garbage before it was even social media induced. You know, the minute I graduated high school, all those fuckboys were immediately irrelevant. I mean, I never saw them ever again, honestly. And the ones I did see whenever I was working at Chili's, yeah, it was, you know, I don't know, either got some girl pregnant or whatever the fuck here. I sound really jaded there about the whole thing, but like, yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, it was really fucking. It was really shit. It was really shit. You know, in a way, I'm kind of happy that streaming didn't exist that time here. Streaming happened for me whenever I was like at a mental point where I could actually like deal with it. I'm thinking about 17-year-olds who hop on Twitter or Twitch now to become a streamer, and I'm like, bro, you are so dumb, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're doing right now, bro. You're having all of these like crazy ass dumb moments forever documented on social media and Twitch and YouTube and everything else here. Ooh, man, I'm happy I was 22 when 22. Yeah, I was around 22 years old, and I already had like quite a few life experiences before I ever stepped foot in the realm of Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really happy about that. If you think I'm cringe now, me in 2011 was way more cringe. But also I'm happy though because it would have been like hyper cringe, and all for the worst here. So kids are going to content creation camps now. Oh my god, bro. I didn't know that was a thing, and I would double dog dare you to post a link to whatever the content creation camps. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. I guess in the end here, it is what it is, right? You know, there is this delusion that a lot of kids we're in the era of influencers. This is very, very true. Podcast and whatnot here. Kids, they're not watching static, you know, commercial media like TV. They're 100% on these platforms. And it is true that the kids, they want to be influencers. They want to be YouTubers. They want to be a YouTuber. That is by far the most demanded thing here that I can recall whenever that survey was revealed. And it's going to be a rude awakening here. There's only so much perspective audience to be engaged with here. It's very much going to be brutal. And I would argue that 90% of them are stuck on they like the idea of being popular, of being famous, of being idolized. They love the idea of it, that they're not focusing on the actuality of what it takes to get there. They love the result of being a popular, successful content creator, that they're forgetting what it takes to become a content creator. You know, because it's really easy when you think that you're naturally that interesting, or that the content you want to make is actually unmodified, the exact content that would get popular and sustainable. Naive. They're in for a rude awakening on that one for sure. But you know, it's a lesson they got to learn here, right? So it's like, it's cool, you know. Some people want to go into the NBA. Some people want to go into the NBA and be pro. Some people want to go into the NFL and be pro. And it's like, well, good luck, bro. Good luck on that one here. We'll see where you are when you are where you are. It is what it is. I don't get mad at that, but it is definitely a scathing reality they're gonna have to deal with here. Yeah, they're just they're definitely gonna have to learn. Creator camp. Oh my god, this is so cringe, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Warning. I clicked this link. This is oh my god. I'm just gonna show it here. Y'all, welcome to Creator Camp. Okay. Now look. Okay, all right, look. I promise you I'm not a hater. If this was like film school, join the wait list. Oh my god, that of course is a wait list. If this was like a film school thing, right? Where like, you know, we're focusing on your creative output being such, and we were not talking about like, hey, listen, what it takes to be creative is, you know, catering to manipulating human psychology and reverse engineering as much of the algorithmic feed as possible so that you can like SEO, search engine optimization, so you can SEO your content and you can figure out what lens to throw your idea. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not really like, it's almost the thing. Here's the sad part, right? It's like your actual content is like at most half the battle. The other equally important half, sadly, I hate to admit that sadly here, is really how you market the idea, how you clickbait, how you thumbnail, how you title. That is actually, because they have to click the video and to then consume the contents of your video and then go from there. But your contents are irrelevant if the impulsive package is not compelling. So it's like, and the whole thing that changes over time when you're beholden to the arbitrary rules of the platform you're posting it on. So it's like, yeah, you know, do you want a tweet to go viral? Do you want a YouTube video to go viral? Do you want a TikTok to go viral? And that is and sadly, this is where like that's marketing and human psychology and maybe manipulation and it's dynamic. It changes here. What you know about YouTube in 2024 is very different than YouTube whenever you're like 16. You're gonna be like 16 in like 2030 or whatever, right? So it's like I would feel better if it was like something like film school, like more grounded and less dependent upon like whatever I think this currently is right now. I'm being kind of a hater right now here, but like, whoo, man, did not know this existed.
Action! Ever dreamed of being a YouTuber?
You can at Creator Camp.
Ever dream of being a Hollywood director?
You can at Creator Camp.
You ever wanted to learn the basics of coding?
Or produce your own song?
Or bring Legos to life with animation?
You can at Creator Camp. Hey there, future creator parent. My name is Kazdan, one of the co-founders of Creator Camp. We're on a mission to teach kids how to use everyday technology to do amazing things. Here's just what some of our parents have to say.
He came home every day telling me, I need this app, and I learned how to do these cool effects.
We would definitely recommend...
I would recommend it to Alice.
We would definitely recommend Creator Camp.
At Creator Camp, we provide a safe environment for kids to try new things, collaborate with each other, and present their work on the big screen.
All for affordable prices and all led by our amazing staff team.
The basics. Creator Camp is a camp for kids ages 6 to 13, and it lasts from 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. over the course of multiple days. You can find all of our camp offerings, locations, and schedules at creatorcamp.org. And it only takes 3 clicks to sign up.
When you drop off your kiddo in the morning, you'll be greeted and scanned in by one of our instructors.
From there, your child will learn the basic skill set from whichever camp they've signed up for. They'll then use these skills to create something entirely original and unique to them.
Basically, we want kids to continue making things at home after camp ends, whether that be video games, YouTube videos, films, or even music.
They'll meet other students.
No. This is not instead of school. No, this is this, I'm sorry, I mean, I know I'm pausing right now, but like, this is, I'm assuming meant to be a thing that you would like let your kids do during summer break. This is rather than summer camp, or just like an alternative to like summer camp. Like, oh, summer camp is where you just go to like, you know, I guess like, I don't even know if summer camp's even still a thing anymore. Like, do parents still do that now? Like, I don't even know like what the protocol of like modern parenting is during like, what do you make your kids do during the summer break of U.S. school? But I would assume this is like, you know, oh, you're going to do something this year. So here, you know, go to, you like the YouTubes and all that, go to this thing, I guess.
Make friends and be guided along our award-winning curriculum every step of the way.
Now, I know what you're thinking. That sounds like a lot of screen time. Well, I'm happy to let you know that we incorporate several brain breaks throughout the day. And during recess and lunchtime, iPads are not allowed.
We're on a mission to show kids that a tablet is more than just a toy. It's a powerful tool, transforming them from consumers to creators.
With nothing but 5-star reviews from parents, thousands of students taught, and tens of thousands of movies made, we would love to have your kiddo join. So on behalf of the whole team,
welcome to Creator Camp! You got it. Cut.
Why do you have sledgehammer?
All right.
No.
Oh, no. Maybe put it down.
That was cute.
Is that it? No, maybe not.
Okay, well, man, that's a derail of a derail there. As seen on Shark Tank. Okay. All right. Well, okay, it's not terrible actually. So it's a 3-day camp, $150. Okay, per day, $150 total. I mean, that's shockingly affordable. I thought it was gonna be like, you know, $1,000 plus here for the whole thing, but I also wonder. Okay, here we are. 2-day camps. Where is this at? Do I really care this much, honestly? I'm getting so excited right now here. Online workshops. 6 weeks on Zoom. Oh, God. This is a dangerous one here because it's like if I give a take, it's like my take is, you know, it's non-parent giving parenting advice. Like, I don't know. It's complicated. This is also why I don't have kids though. I don't fucking know what to do in this whole thing here. I'd feel more comfortable sending my kid to like or whatever, right? Like a coding camp, programming camp, or like I don't know. Like, I feel like pursue your interests and or build your skill sets, and then have like the hobby passion, and then you would apply the creative outlet in terms of like bridging your understanding of that skill set, and you introduce like that later on, like wanting to be, does that make sense? Like have your passion or hobby or skill set, and then I would view it like you're bringing that, you're gonna bridge the skill set or your passions to then come to like in the form of like making videos or whatever the fuck here. That's kind of how I would see it here. I'm not like, you know, I don't even say I'm against this per se. It's just kind of like, I don't know. This just makes me think here that I'm not ready for kids. This is like way too much, like to modern. This is like way too many decisions here that I can think of that I'm not confident on. Kid tells me they want to go to creator camp, and I'm like, oh boy, okay, I gotta figure out what I want to do here. I'm a parent. Want my take? Sure, PK, my boy. What is your take here? Yeah, because I'm like, there's like a lot of takes. It's because I'm, you know what it is? It's Dunning-Kruger. I'm in the pit of shame here right now because like I'm so aware of how much I don't know here. Is it best to? I don't want an iPad, kid. Do I want my kid to, you know, go to? I want my kid to like have some kind of stimulation, or some kind of like productive stimulation over the course of like three months of mundane, like, you know, school break stuff and whatever else here. I don't know. I think most kids probably do have just a lot of brain rot in the downtime, and but I got pretty productive on my own whims by the time I was 14. It just depends on, like, you know, like I didn't just like play and consume things, you know. I mean, if I can, you know, and PK, you get it here too, you know, I can raise up here, and you can just give me the paragraph if you don't mind, as I still have a lot to get to here. You know, I don't know, I didn't plan it clearly here, but like me aspiring to be a great Yu-Gi-Oh player meant I had to get really good at Yu-Gi-Oh, playing online tournaments, and you know, being able to decipher problem-solving text with Yu-Gi-Oh and knowing the rule sets and being able to, like, out pre-plan gamify game plan and deck build in Yu-Gi-Oh, not easy, very not easy. It's not an accessible game for sure. And, you know, grinding Yu-Gi-Oh did build a rudimentary foundation and the capability of being able to not get stuck in the normie trap of, what's the word here? There's a word for it. Like, I guess, like, a lot of people will read something and they're reading what they think it means and not reading what it's saying verbatim. I don't know if the word's like inference or not, but like, Yu-Gi-Oh teaches you really hardcore to read the sentence and understand what is being said, and also explicitly what is not being said. And that came into play hardcore a lot in my upbringing as I saw that bad habit in a lot of people, and then superior bred Yu-Gi-Oh players and the like not having that issue. For example, interpretation, possibly, maybe even reading comprehension. I don't know, like, just maybe, yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe it was a Louisiana thing because education here is so fucking terrible, but like, whether we're gonna say here like reading speed or just like the will and want to read, never was a struggle for me in that context. So like, I found all of it very fascinating here. Like, there are people, for example, just like they play games or they partake in whatever, and it's a very shallow engagement. It's effectively like, just like, I don't know, surface level escapism. Whereas, you know, for me, and it sounds indulgent here, I'm trying to word this correctly here. there was game theory, you know, like I was deck building, I was reading, I was like, you know, I was looking at, you know, Japanese cards early in advance. I was really engaged in the hobby I was getting into. And then I had that same passion, fixation, and work ethic, and then I got into speedrunning when I just turned 15 years old. And so, you know, I think for the average 15-year-old now, it might have been like, you know, Fortnite and brain rot all summer. I don't fucking know, whatever here. But for me, it wasn't just playing video games, it was speedrunning. I found a productive, like a productive, ambitious, creative outlet that was pushing me constantly and whatnot. And maybe it would have been different if I had like a better like extracurricular club environment in my high school. I didn't. It was terrible. It was just sports or get fucked. But in the end, I think I came out pretty well for like the resources I had here. Terrible internet, no money, and no stimulation, and a very negligent high school social experience. So me getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! And doing like game theory and deck building and like anime, I don't really fuck with that. But hentai, that's my shit.
Welcome back, Azura10_. Use Twitch Prime. Imagine snitching and not getting the payout cause you dialed the wrong number, Kek.
I don't get it. Imagine snitching. Oh, you're talking about the McDonald's snitch. Okay, Lamau. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. They're supposed to call the number and they actually just they just called the police instead and didn't get the payout even though they were hoping to. Not endorsed, of course, right, of course. Technology is great for raising kids. The main stress is monitoring them. Algorithms are evil. As long as the parent is guiding the children with technology and introducing stuff like instruments as well as a tablet, the kid will be able to choose their own path. Monitoring the use is the thing here. Gotcha. So for sure. Sorry, this is a bit of a quite a derail at this time here, but yeah, I get you loud and clear, dog. You know, in the end, I can tell it's like when you say that, it's like I can tell you just kind of roll with it in like a cool way, and I'm sitting here like I'm painfully the pre-parent who is a worrywart because I'm so aware of the evils of the world. And I would have to be the one to learn to let go a lot more. You know, I would be the one who would try to be like the spec parent in so many ways, and I would exhaust myself and be totally depleted before they're even like 3 years old. And you know, I'm sure at some point eventually either like I loosen up and just kind of go a little bit more with the flow, but still keep my intuition in check. But I can tell right now, though, I'm like Dunning-Kruger pretty bad. I'm just like, I'm so aware of everything that I don't know what to do. You know, in a way, I kind of view it like parenting is this really wild test that you don't know if you pass or fail until they're independent, until they're like financially independent, or at least until they're like their frontal cortex develops and whatnot. And it's like, holy fuck, dude. Does Merlin say that in Finding Nemo? I know I'd heard it somewhere before, but I don't know if that was like something I thought of myself here or not here. I don't disagree with it. I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds terrifying. And maybe in time it's just also right now I'm not really into having kids. I'm just like, bro, kids are like, I am still a mess. I am not ready for kids right now. That is like not on my radar at all this time. So, the world is fucking crazy, bro. All right, next up here. Again, I'm sorry, that's such a derail here. I'm cope.com. I'm at the rate we're going right now. I'm not getting to this fucking GNX album review. I'm so sorry, but we're gonna keep going here. We'll go as long as we can. Tim Urban. Remember, this is the guy who wrote the book that we had discussed earlier here. It'll soon become ubiquitous among upper class families to restrict kids under 16 from using social media. Hopefully, the trend spreads to all families before too long. 100 times easier to enforce the rule when all parents are doing it. So, and this is from earlier this year. But simultaneously, it is coincidentally relevant to right now because just recently, Australia passed a law where social media is banned for everyone under 16, if I recall correctly. But there are a lot of problems with the law because there's like, it's problematically vague in that there's no real like enforcement apparatus or real consequence for it being violated. Kids gonna lie about the age, you know, gotta be 13 to be on Discord, and little niggas be lying all the fucking time, bro. So, you know, I don't know. We have to, again, I would need to review that law more, or have an Australian come in here and tell us more about like how they feel. Like, was that kind of like a, was it a, what's the word here? What's it called, chat? When it's a performative gesture politically, what's that called again? I keep thinking honey dicking, and it's not fucking. What's it called when you do performative gesture politically, and it's not honey dicking? I cannot remember what it's called. Huh? Platitude? Virtue signaling? Is that what I'm saying right now? The law was passed because Rupert Murdoch wants social media to stop cutting into his market. I see. Anyways, yeah, so here you go. Well, whatever it is. Let's just call it not honey dicking, okay? All right, cool. Social media companies won't be able to force users to provide government identification, including digital ID, to assess their age. Next up here. Emergence is the phenomenon of things combining together into something that's more than the sum of its parts. A single human is really just one layer within the big tower of emergence. Single groups of humans are like giant organisms. Tribalism is when those giants don't like each other. And here we have a picture breaking it down here. So let's go over here real quick. So you can see here, subatomic particle, atom, molecule, protein, organelle, cell, tissue, organ system, animals, and then bring a birth here. Dozens of animals, thousands of animals, hundreds of thousands of animals, tens of millions of animals, species, community, ecosystem, biome, biosphere, cosmic sphere, multiverse sphere, and where we are here, one person, individual human, dozens of people, core, couple, friendship, family, friend group, classroom, extended family, small communities, large communities, huge communities, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, small countries, tens of millions of people, large countries, major religions, the human species. A little outdated now here, but yeah, that is, this is from July 2020. We're now a little over 8 billion humans globally. Yikes, by the way. And yeah, pretty cool thing there. And as in, the same problems plus solutions exist across the progressive levels of the emergence tower. So I'm gonna go in that real quick there, and let's come back over where we were. Actually, I have time for us to go to bed here if we and then of course the another big one here. Rape, warning, word, rape or homicide, which is worse? 26% of respondents believe rape was less serious than homicide. Most, 61%, believe rape and homicide were equally serious, while 13% believed rape was more serious. And the response is important to look at here. Utilitarian ethics versus virtue ethics. Utilitarian, the action is good if the consequence is good. Example, murder is bad in isolation, certainly, but murdering a CEO who's killed tens of thousands of people via social murder, if killing the mass social murderer would ideally lead to that company stopping what they're doing and change and become more moral, then the consequence is good. You know, in the end, we all do want United Health to like stop denying claims and start doing their fucking job and stop being a scathingly predatory, for-profit, ghoulish, immoral, unethical system. We don't endorse murder. I don't endorse murder. But utilitarian ethics would be here that the action is good as long as the consequences of the action are good. Virtue, the action is good if it's what a virtuous person would do. Poll results indicate respondents' moral frameworks: homicide, worse consequences; rape, worse virtues. So, again, this is like a philosophy perspective exercise here. We're not even going to all this right now, but you kind of get the idea. It's like your philosophy 101 if you ever take that kind of class and whatnot. Next thing here. Only about half of social psychologists believe that Darwinian evolution applies to the human mind. Really? Darwin's ideas of evolution are true, and that plants, animals, and humans all evolved through similar causal processes across hundreds of millions of years. Most of Darwin's ideas about evolution are true, but that humans were an exception and were not a product of evolution. Darwin's ideas of evolution apply to the human mind and many of our social attitudes and preferences evolved across millions of years. Perceived likelihood that Darwinian evolution is true and that Darwinian evolution is true. Perceived likelihood that Darwinian evolution is true, that Darwinian evolution is true but does not apply to humans, and that Darwinian evolution applies to social attitudes. Only about half of social psychologists believe that Darwinian evolution applies to the human mind. So he spits it for a little bit. When someone denies that human psyche is evolved, I start with the initial logic statement, evolution is real, and then try to build up to the human mind is evolved through a series of lemmas, stepping stones. And it's kind of out of order here, but I have to go a bit down to find part 2. Understanding where the chain of lemmas the person disagrees with me sheds light on why they reject evolutionary psychology. Which is a really good point here, by the way. Creating those stepping stones when you're trying to like really build up a case for persuasion is really important to see. Like, I think a lot of people do fall apart in that one too. If your attempt is to persuade someone of something, typically that you're right or that you find this particular thing to be correct, it's important to not focus on the destination. You know, like, oh, I think the Earth is spherical, you think it's flat. Okay. And focus on, hey, you're an idiot, you're dumb, you're a cringe, moronic flat earther. And then focusing on the conclusion, right? Deconstructing and creating the lemmas in this case here, we're like, okay, well, so you think the Earth is spherical, or you think the Earth is flat, and you disagree with me on it being spherical. Okay. Well, do you think that space is real? Do you think that, like, the Arctic Ocean is real? Like, where do I lose you on the properties of the planet and all the governing science behind how the planet works with the rotating axis and all that shit and whatnot, right? So, yeah, this is a good thing to kind of like deconstruct it and see what people.
I don't really fuck with that, but hentai, that's my shit.
Mr. Rogers' Blood Dusty and D sweater is now a tier 2 X-Men.
Mr. Rogers with the tier 2. Friendly reminder again, chat. If you are a tier 2 and you love hentai, you can pick the alternative notification for the throwback hentai resub. Indeed. Try babing. However, I have 16 alerts dedicated to tier 2 and tier 3 because y'all are so special and I love y'all so much here. That you should pick the default option because default is going to prompt whatever is assigned to your tier. The tier 1s, yeah, they're kind of normal. They get the Dreamcast boot. If you're a tier 2 or a tier 3, I have some fucking lit ass alerts for you here, bro. You got to like hit default next time and watch things cook, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, Shit is crazy, bro. Shit is crazy. Now because I love you, I'll give you a freebie today here. I'll give you the tier 2. But y'all gotta earn that one, bro. I'm gonna throw you this one right here. This is for you.
It's hopeless. There's no way you can stop my
$9.99.
Prepare to join this filthy orb in oblivion.
Trihex is now a tier 2 X-Men. Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to spam memes.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. All right. Back to where we were then. Continuing here. And again, so for anyone who tier 2 or tier 3 resubs, pick default. There's a billion of, I made a bunch of dank ass ones that, and I have more I'm cooking up as I go along here. I actually had an idea for a new alert this morning. Morning jog, I was like, look. I'll even spoil it right now for you. I'll spoil it here. No, I'm not gonna really spoil it. I was on Silva Gunna's YouTube, right? And I was like, if I made an alert to this upload right now, that'd be fucking cash money. So I had an idea, and I just gotta hop in the lab, fire Premiere Pro, and then make the alert now. So I'm cooking. I'm gonna keep adding more here. Now the problem is, the burden is that like the best alerts with the coolest ideas, they're gonna be like 40 seconds long. I can only really rationalize a long alert if it's for something infrequent, like a tier 2 or tier 3. So you'll have to tier 2 or tier 3 to see the really good emotes, because if I made everyone's resub 40 seconds long, we'd be here all day. There would be no content. So you just have to bear with me here and understand that, like, I'm not shilling that you go tier 2 or tier 3. It's just more, it's the only way we can make things work. You understand? You understand, do you not? Try capitalist. Oh. All right, continuing going on here now. This poll is similar. It asks, do you believe, and finds, animals and humans evolved via Darwinian evolution? Humans evolved by Darwinian evolution. Human behavior evolved. Sorry, this is all over the place right now. My argument usually adds an extra lemma this poll is missing. Roughly, this poll should have the questions 2.5. Does Darwinian evolution apply to animal behavior? Then, if someone agrees with 1, 2, and 2.5, it's harder for them to reject 3. Makes sense? If someone disagrees with 2.5, I bring up an animal study in which newborn birds raised in isolation in a lab flip out when introduced to a red/black stick, characteristic of predatory snake in their natural environment, but do not on other colors and /shapes. Ooh, having your shit pre-game here.
All's my life I has to fight, nigga. All's my life hard times like bad trips like Nazareth, I'm fucked up, homie, you fucked up, but if God got us, then we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut, but how much I be looking at you from the face down? I'll make a living even room with the face down. Skimming, and let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight, but pretty pussy and Benjamin is the highlight. I tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. No, 20 of them in my Chevy, tell them all I come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a motherfucking gangster, silence for the record.
0_Kirby is now a maxed out tier 3 Hexman.
Yeah, sorry, that's a... God, again, reminder, I have 75 alerts total, and apparently that was one that I forgot to fix with the left audio only here. I'm sorry about that. I'll have to get that one fixed here. Thank you Zero Curbs for the tier 3 resub. Hope you enjoyed Super Kendrick Galaxy. I would play it for you fixed, but I unfortunately I can tell it's literally the video. I have to go back to Premiere Pro and fix the issue. So I have to like open Premiere Pro to fix it right now. So I don't have a fixed thing to show you there, but there you go. That is another banger. Another banger for you right there. More to come. Best part too now is I can continue to add more and more as we go along here, as I will be doing. Basically, birds, their behavior to avoid snakes is hardwired. I can't remember where I heard the story and if I'm recalling it exactly, but I think I heard it on an old university lecture. Then I recall a worldwide study on human dreams tracking the most common nightmare in each country. Snakes, spiders are overwhelmingly at the top of the list. Seems to follow the human aversion to snakes is similarly ingrained. Oh, did not know that actually. Wow. Okay, it's actually a really cool thing to look into here. What is the most common reoccurring worldwide study on human dreams, and what can we learn about the ingrained subconscious in regards to what humans are biologically wired to fear or shun? Interesting stuff. Like, again, his Twitter account's really cool actually. If anything, it's inspiring me to be less cringe because I tend to not post my stuff for fear of looking stupid. I'm really inquisitive, but I actually don't post much at all because of like partially time sink, but also insecurity. I'm like, am I smart enough to even to talk about this topic in a public setting here? Which is funny because I feel way less vulnerable when I'm on Twitch, but I feel exhaustingly vulnerable on social media, which is a weird thing I'm working on right now in psychology as well. Moving on here. Posted by him. What are your thoughts on this quote from J. Krishnamurti? It is no measure of good health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Again, it is no measure of good health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. You are not well if you're adjusted to a ill society. Those who feel strong aversion to adjusting to a maladjusted society are deemed mentally ill, alcoholics, substance abusers, or slackers. They are corralled into 12-step groups and or mental hospitals or placed on medication or even just shunned, all in the attempt to make them conform and fit in when what really needs to change is the society itself. Just as gun legislation will not end the senseless mass shootings because what we really need to do is stop generating psychopaths as a culture. Not wrong. I think everyone can agree here that a society and the culture are not good. What we do about it, though, is a whole different thing here. Not endorsing murder, by the way, here. Clarifying. Certainly, yeah, you know, we've already alluded to this before here with the fact that, like, even if we were to do gun abolishment tomorrow, like banning guns, that doesn't change that we have a gun perversion culture in USA. That culture will take, hate it or love it, it will take decades to fix. In the same way when it comes to the tolerant views of recreational marijuana and gay marriage and trans rights, culture is pretty slow on these things. And even when segregation was, you know, legalized following civil rights of 1960s, you still had, you know, prejudice, racism, riots, lynchings, and then, you know, a fat dose of Jim Crow continuing after here as well. So culture does take time to get there. And to solve America's gun violence problem, you have to solve America's gun culture problem, right? So Yeah, and the final sentence here being that, yeah, stop generating psychopaths if you want to stop having mass shootings, and that gun legislation alone won't eradicate it is true. Gun legislation will help, clearly. I'm pro that, obviously. But, you know, in the end here, it's, you know, guns and their saturation right now just you know, facilitate the extremes that people are looking for a way out on, whether it's because they're unheard, because their needs aren't being met, or they're suffering, they want it to end. So homicides, suicides, mass shootings, and if you're feeling spicy, a dark joke alert here, if you're feeling spicy, familicides are now a new thing now. That is I did not notice this is actually a thing that I found out earlier this year. If you go, I'm saying it right here. Is it famicides? Is that how you say it? This has a Wikipedia article to it, by the way, here. This is the tracking and the phenomenon of an individual that who kills themselves and their entire family, usually with a gun. So it's not that it's new. I don't know if I don't know if it was coined this term until like this decade or so. And yeah, this is now a thing. This is like it has its own wiki article, and has been around for a while now. And it's kind of a further reinforcement of like where we are now with the problems of gun saturation, gun culture, and American gun violence. Yeah, just bad all around here for sure. Google if you'd like to, but you know, it's not a fun topic, I'd say. A study published in the Journal of Personality, this is retweeted by Luigi. A study published in the Journal of Personality found weak links between landscape types and personality traits in residents, showing slightly different traits in urban, coastal, and cultivated areas. Okay, so people living in urban areas tend to be a bit more open to experience, but less conscientious. So, yeah, this is, this is gonna be a hot take here, actually. I think this is not really a hot take here. Like, if you grow up in Hawaii, where you're engulfed in nature, outdoor billboards are banned, it hits a very different way for, like, in the same way that going on like a hike or a trail can, right? Like, if you're just engulfed in nature, it's like, I don't know if I can explain it to objectively here, but like you feel there seems to be some kind of like antidepressing healing properties to being engulfed in nature, that being dehydrated comparatively of it will leave you whatevering. And in the same way here, being deprived of that, you know, let's call Hawaii the pro nature spectrum all the way, and let's call New York City Times Square the other side of that, right? These are the two sides here. You're engulfed in a concrete jungle. You're engulfed in, like, you know, unabridged, lush, natural greenery everywhere. And what effects does it have on the average human being in Hawaii versus being in NYC and then in between? And I think there's definitely an effect there. And with that, this kind of study I would find very, very interesting. Again, I find Luigi very fascinating because he's very, I find a lot of things I'm into, he's also been posting about as well here. But yeah, I forget if did he have a post here actually? I don't know if he did or not. Oh, he did actually. He was the only post actually. These differences seem intuitive. I wonder to what extent they are a product of nurture, the landscape an individual is born into affecting their personality, versus nature. Mobility allows individuals to choose their preferred environments. Skelling's model segregation. Interesting. Also, I'll drop here the post for you as well, if you care to read it. I found all this actually really interesting. I was doing a lot of reading myself, quite honestly, here. Really important post. Do any of you retards have a PhD? I have questions. Yeah, pretty huge dick. Well, there you go. Bro, this
Mr. Rogers Blood ST&D Sweater gifted 5 tier 2 sub. Their cock is 340 inches long. FYI all single ladies tilde.
This guy came in here and said, nah, bro, you gonna give me 5 of them tier 2s right now. Now, I admit, well, first off, Mr. Roger, thank you so much here. I admit, we should get a hype train going here, actually, chat. We should definitely do that. That'd be sick right now if we did that. With that though, anyone who's curious, there's a bits menu below here if you check it out here. Unfortunately, because you gifted a tier 2, that is different than a person subscribing at tier 2. I actually cannot make an alert for when you gift higher than tier 1. I can only make an alert whenever you gift a sub, period, which is why I got the PSP boot. So I see what you're doing there though, and I will not let that go unrecognized here. So you're dropping 5 tier 2s, trying to, like, you know, you wanna see all the tier 2 alerts. Okay. So I'm sorry, chat. We gotta take a second here. We gotta go over here, and we gotta
gifted a tier 1 sub. Someone finna fail the dodge check.
Yeah, sorry. I gotta fix your thing, Ivano. I'm so sorry here. Thank you so much. Hype train is one away here. We need either 100 bits. I think
Stop holding back.
Silver Phenom is back with 6 months. I sadly have SHD sad. Don't hold back. Hype train started.
Now's your chance!
DQCC gifted 5 tier 1 sub. Their cock is 1,171 inches long. FYI all single ladies tilde. DQCC gifted a tier 1 sub. Trioding is ready in time for team. Now's your chance. Hype train has reached level 3.
God damn. All right, y'all. Welcome to Hype Train level 3, on its way to level 4 right now. Thank you, everyone. Vano, Silver Phenom, thank you for the resub. CC, thank you for the 6 gifted. That was so... Oh, 6? 6 gifted above and beyond here right now. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I owe y'all not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. I mean, I know that's no small amount of money here. 5 tier 2 alerts immediately. Unfortunately, again here, I can't make it autonomously do this because of the fact that, like, I can't differentiate whenever a gift sub of a higher tier happens. I can't, it's not in the programming here for the thing here. But you now get to see, man, now you get to see all the alerts now. So, all right, well, let's have a good time then, y'all. Let me just real quick here make sure this is ready. Give me 1 second here. Let's make sure it's correct. Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Okay, and all right. Here's the first one then. Sorry about that. Wait.
Trihex is now a tier 2 X-Men. Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to spam memes.
I think I just broke it when I did that. Sorry, 1 second here. Okay, let's
If Pyros and Crips all got along, they probably gun me down by the end of the song. Seem like the whole city go against me. Every time I'm in the street, I hear I take you on a trip down memory lane. This is not a rapper, I'm slinging crack or more cocaine. This is cold a second, plenty cognac and major pain. Not the drill sergeant, but the stress that weighing on your brain. It was me, El Boogie.
I think it. Hello? You hear me right now? Hello? Oh, that was my headphones actually fucking up. Okay, never mind. Sorry, that was my headphones being crazy. All right, next one.
What I'm about to say is heavy, now listen. Your son's a sick man with sick thoughts. I think niggas like him should die. Him and Weinstein should get fucked up in a cell for the rest of their life. He hates black women, hypersexualize them with kinks of an info fetish. Grow facial hair because he understood being a beard just fit him better. He got sex offenders on HOVO that he keep on a monthly allowance. A child should never be compromised and he keeping his child around him. And we gotta raise our daughters knowing there's predators like him lurking. Fuck a rap battle, he should die so all of these women can live with a purpose.
Okay, keep in mind here.
Trihex is now a Tier 2 X-Men. Born too late to explore the Earth. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to spam memes.
These will only ever be seen for tier 2 and tier 3. That's why it's like I can make it so long and so dank here. All right. And then let's go over here now. Number 3.
Trihex is now a Tier 2 X-Men. What did one ocean say to the other ocean? Nothing, it just waved.
So again, you can tell there that the audio's a little bit low, so I have to fix that. And you can't tell whenever you're like, unless you like literally tested in OBS itself here after you already make it. And then number 4 of 5. Ready?
How was you feeling, bro? Step in. Feeling like the 4, I feel fantastic. Which one would you be though? Which one? It's fantastic cause the money like elastic. Burberry shirts with gold, you smoke oregano. I'm smoking on the campus. I'ma be real, you know, when I with my dick out. She said,
be ready.
Trihex is now a Tier 2 X-Men. I'm gonna make them alerts they can't refuse.
Now I admit that one's a little bit longer because I wanted to really make sure that the bongo drop was satisfying, and that it just takes time to build that drop up a little bit, you know. So that one is a rare. So for tier... God, that is so big. Okay.
Genkitamab _ is back with 36 months. Hola senior, greetings. For sure.
Genki Dama, thank you for the 3 years. Congrats on the new sub badge here. What's the voice? That is I don't know. It's called Justin. It's one of the voices that you can select in the Twitch alert and whatnot. If you enable it yourself, you can use it too. Okay, yeah. So that one is a rare. So I can assign rarities to the alerts, and that one's rare because it's really fucking long. That way, so it's still tier 2 only, but it's rare within tier 2, which means I can make it longer. So I can make things long as I make them like not frequent to occur, right? And then finally, our final tier 2.
And I'm back on my grind. A psychic read my lifeline, told me in my lifetime my name would help light up the Chicago skyline. And that's why 7 o'clock, that's prime time. Heaven knows watch God calling from the hotlines. Why you keep giving me lifelines? I'm a star, how can I not shine?
Trihex is now a tier 2 X-Men. What did one ocean say to the other ocean? Nothing, it just waved.
Yeah, old yay, man. Fuck, bro. God, it's so fucking... Like, I pretty much have the entirety of College Dropout memorized, and most of Late Registration also memorized, too. And also most of Graduation memorized as well here, like, at this point, because I buffed them so hard. So, there you are. That is a... You've done spoiled me, daddy. That was... You revealed all my trap cards. That's all my tier 2s. The only thing chat hasn't seen yet is are the tier 3s, to which there are still there are 1, 2. Yeah, there's still 3 tier 3s that have not yet been seen. And I'm adding more as we go along here for sure.
Blackened Venom is back with 109 months.
Thank you, Miss Venom. Do you even know what a Dreamcast is? Girl, where the hell were you on September 9, 1999? Ready to Rumble Boxing? Sonic Adventure 1? Soul Calibur 1? Crazy Taxi 1? Power Stone, did I say Power Stone already? Power Stone 1? Straight bangers back in... Y'all kids don't know what the fuck. Y'all hype about Fortnite. Fuck a fork knife, bitch. Eat this Soul Blade and fucking... And I'm saying it wrong here. Eat this Soul Blade and Power Stone 1, bitch. You feel me? Skies of Arcadia, fake fan. I was only including the launch library. That's why I said, $9.99. You feel me? I don't know if Jet Set was launch library. I was bringing up the launch titles. I mean, yeah, if we're allowed to go, if we can go beyond launch, yeah, we got way more heat here. Faux show. All right, well, anyways, back over to our really important discussion here, chat. We were talking about Luigi's pretty huge dick. Yeah, the really important tweet. I'm gonna give that a like real quick. All right, so confirm the world's PhDs. Kanye West, PhD. Luigi, PhD. So, all right. Anyways, there. Oh, good lord. All right. So then, Luigi responds to this thing here, and it's a clip from actually, I hate to say here, chat. The clip you're about to see, warning, is propagandist and Russian asset Tucker Carlson. However, I don't disagree with what he says here. Listen up.
The public spaces are beautiful. The architecture has not been degraded by postmodern, the oppression of postmodern architecture, which is designed to demoralize and hurt you and destroy your spirit. I believe that because it's true.
Do you believe that postmodern architecture is designed to kill your spirit?
Of course. What's
Why?
the message of it? Well, look, anything that we make with our hands, it's the purest expression of our creativity. So there's a purpose behind everything that we make. There's a message behind all of it, as there is in all art. You don't paint a painting with no vision behind it. You paint a painting because you're saying something. And so buildings that are warm and human and that elevate the human spirit are pro-human. And brutalism, for example, or the IMP glass boxes that crowd every city in the United States, those are not elevating. What's the message of working in a cube in a room with a synthetic drop ceiling and drywall on the walls and fluorescent lighting ahead of you and no privacy at all? What's the message? The message is really clear. You mean nothing. You are replaceable. You are a widget in a bin awaiting assembly. You're just a cog in a machine. You have no value. And everyone kind of ignores this like, oh, well, that's the way buildings have always been. No, that's not true. And architecture and anything made by human hands is the purest expression of the society that produced it. So we were like, oh, they're handicrafts. No, they're not handicrafts. They're a visible and tangible sign of who you are, not just as a person, but corporately as a society. And if you live in a place that creates nothing beautiful and doesn't provide people uplifting buildings to live and work in, that's a very sick and dark society. And it wasn't always that way.
Okay, so it's funny he'll say this, though, and then, you know, what he advocates for at his tenure at Fox News was pretty much none of this shit. It was very much like effectively the victor of, like, capitalism, and you should be too, and if not for these like black and brown people, yada yada yada, right? However, I have some takes here on this whole thing, right? He's not technically wrong in my opinion, because but it's not because he presents me with this compelling argument. No, fuck Tucker Carlson all fucking day. Fuck him, fuck Sean Hannity, fuck Bill O'Reilly, fuck Fox News, fuck Rupert Murdoch. And fuck all of them anyway here. Nothing new there, right? None of them are invited to the cookout, clearly here. I was radicalized on this as an art student. As an art student, and you know, way back in yonder decade, yesterdecade, I guess you want to call it that. You take a class called Survey of the Arts. Survey of the Arts generally will include major artistic movements that you're going to cover here for art history. But it also, I had a really base teacher that actually went ham on architecture. I didn't think I would care about architecture until he radicalized me. He successfully, forgive me, I don't remember his name here. He was a temp fill-in from the University of Texas, and I was like, bro, I should be over there. Fuck this state, because what he got me on, I still remember it to this day, 15 years later. It's crazy. What he showed and demonstrated here was like effectively what he demonstrated what Tucker's alluding to right now here, which is that like if you grow up in America, you're only exposed to what is the economically optimal construction of buildings to be had. You build them as cheap and functional as possible, and then you get them insured, and then you buy all the land that you own the land you're building it on. The land's what's the real lucrative pool here, and then you build the cheapest like temp shack that can service whatever you're trying to like operate for financial gain. If it gets killed by a hurricane, who fucking cares? Whatever here, we'll just build it again because it's insured anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. And if all you're exposed to is like box-shaped thing with logo on top, you'll never know what promises were made previously in other cultures, societies, and generations with how architecture used to be expressive. And yes, an extension of society here. This is why, like, you know, the common things like the Sistine Chapel or like any crazy church thing or whatever here is like not here, right? Even going back here, I mean, what's the most like short of maybe like architecture within the miniatures of maybe like Disney World or maybe like the World Trade Center or like you know, certain commissioned deviants of maybe that you know, that crazy hospital that has like all the wacky shapes and whatnot from that one architect and whatnot here. But like generally in America, the commentary on architecture is that it's very sterile and very min-maxed, and not of much to instill or provoke really any feeling. It's actually even more depressing now with the in the era of I don't know if I want to call it minimalism or whatever here, but you know, where a McDonald's was iconic for the leaning into the high contrast colors and pastels of the McDonald's fry arches and the plate place, to where now, you know, the McDonald's now is much more subdued with a more of a pseudo cafe aesthetic that has that is supposed to be as minimally distinguishable as a McDonald's and more as like a more cohesive and not really to draw attention.
Balkanak1314 is back with 48 months. 4-year sub, hell yeah, dude.
Thank you, Balkanak. So, you know, and once you, and now, just hearing about art history had me radicalized in 2010, 2011 when I was learning all this shit. However, I can now add a part 2 to my anecdote here when I went to Japan. I had never, you know, well, really, oh, I'm sorry. I learned about this in 2010. Then I went to Hawaii in 2014. You may remember I went to the Esports Expo in Hawaii, and I was in Honolulu, Waikiki, and being out there and just seeing that the state of Hawaii bans outdoor billboards, and just seeing, you know, highway and greenery unabridged again, with minus what I'm used to, which is the billboards, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is totally different now. It's so different. We don't see like dickhole lawyer, fucking make your pussy queef, 555 fart, just on the billboard somewhere, whatever else here, right? Like, no, it's just like, it's unabridged, immersive greenery everywhere, along the countryside, along the mountainside, along everything here. And I was like, wow, this is like amazing. Wow, I love this shit, actually. I wish we banned outdoor billboards everywhere, quite honestly, here. And then I had another wild ride when I went to Times Square for the first time and just saw how like nauseating it is to be in Times Square. It's like, it's a headache, honestly. It's cool if you're like, I don't know, into commercialism to a hardcore degree, but like Times Square itself is pretty nauseating. I am not a fan of being there, quite honestly. Anyways though, the and then finally, what cemented and reawakened that radicalization was when I was in Japan. And I had a taste of just, again, not necessarily Japan itself, but more just not being outside USA. So like, just again, you're reinforced constantly here with like how much expression comes from interiors, exteriors, and buildings and whatnot. Again, this is also kind of a thing about policy. Again, not to get too caught up in like fawning over Japan again here, but there are certain districts where you can, I don't know the exact rule here, but you can make you could have, like, Japan's very vertical because of the scarcity of land, presumably, or just like the really urban density that they're aiming for to keep things pedestrian friendly, right? They build up, they don't build out. Like we do in USA comparatively here. And therefore, building up means you have a lot of buildings that are typically multi-story, even some restaurants and shops that are multi-story. You'll have situations where you go into like a Wendy's where the opening, the bottom, the level floor is where you order, and the dining rooms will be, level 2, level 3, etc. There might even be a level 4 where it's a separate store on the 4th level you have to go up to even get there and whatnot. Very, very common in Japan. Point being, though, is that in a lot of districts, neighborhoods, I don't know exactly how it works here, but the opening floor of a place can be your store that you own, and then you live above that. You can have like a cafe on floor 1 that you operate and have, and that is the extension of your being, your presence, and your expression, and then you just live on floor 2 and above and whatnot. That is literally a thing that's pretty common in Japan. I don't know if it's like a per district thing or whatever else here, if it was more of like a certain portion of Tokyo and whatnot, but it's kind of all over the place. And so you have a much more individualized, you have way more mom and pop stops. You don't have like how cities in USA are very much like, okay, here's the Walmart, Target, and big chain this, big chain this, big chain that. You have way more mom and pop everything, niche things that can exist that otherwise couldn't because of how like I guess like either commercial real estate or intergenerational wealth with like business operation works in Japan as an example. Again, it's not exclusive to Japan here particularly, but like because of that, there was just like a very, very cool, passionate and creative outlet that I saw in business venture that is like almost on its way out in USA comparatively. And it's getting worse here when we look at what the effects of the pandemic and the Amazonification of the country is becoming here. It's all the even less. It was already bad and getting worse at a very accelerated rate. And I don't disagree here, though I do think Tucker Carlson's like, you know, saying it for some really sleazy, fucking lame reasons. It's probably some like downfall of society or, you know, I'm going to bring up the flaws that are tactical to reinforcing my loaded, grifting ass argument and kind of go from there. I don't know. You know, this is where Alex Jones would say the same thing, but then bring up like his fucking horse pill or whatever the fucking dumb shit he takes here to tell you that, you know, and this is why you take my silver toothpaste and get my fuck a vax. It's fucking dumb. You need to get my shit here. You know, it's something like that. I don't know what he's selling here this particular episode, but I trust this guy as far as I can fucking throw him, honestly. Anyways, this comes into play, and then we go back here, and Luigi responds to Max about something here or whatever, right? And then Luigi responds, "This is true, but it doesn't contradict my point. The degree," oh, that's a big one here. Holy moly. The degree to which postmodern art architecture is designed to kill your spirit is a product of projection and misery loves company of its creator. They themselves have already had their spirit killed. They are mostly trying to express this. There is, of course, a little bit of them trying to force this awareness on you out of resentment, but the intent here is unconscious and a minor factor. Just reading out loud here. The more important factor here is that all the creatives today have dead spirits in the first place. Nothing they produce is beautiful anymore, because death of God killed their spirit. If there is only the brutal material world, if there is no transcendent, if the base nature of reality is not driven by love, then there is no beauty. Then there is no beauty. There is no meaning. Sure, you can manufacture a simulacrum of it, as Darkins et al. Try to do, but they mostly fail, and the degree to which they succeed is actually just tapping into our religious wiring. A beautiful lie to fulfill our need for beautiful lies. Thus, postmodern brutalism is just logical conclusion of the spiritual zeitgeist. If transcendent beauty is fake and gay and value is determined by capital efficiency, then the most capital efficient buildings are beauty. They are calling to and manifesting the higher order of the values that underlie our society. Sure, normies are downstream from this stuff, but the great thing about normies is that they have evolved to have no need for connection to reality as it is. They are like cockroaches, able to survive and thrive with any type of metaphysics. The E-right likes to imagine that the normie is less happy with his Pornhub and Nvidia and Soda Pop than were he a warrior and a poet and a hero. But this is all projection. It is only the sensitive autistic retard who, his words, not mine, sensitive autistic retard who is fazed by the ugly metaphysics and its consequences of the modern world. The most ironic thing here is that the normie does not care that the beautiful lies are lies. He is entirely happy with Christianity. It is us autistic retards in our insatiable pursuit of accuracy and logic and consistency that we killed God and created the brutal postmodern hellscape we so deeply despise. Yeah, this is like a. It would go a long way that this was like a lot less to deconstruct here. It's a fucking lot, but okay, let's just like. I read it. Okay, we're moving on then. So Luigi here says, I should have added some context to that clip. I wasn't trying to contradict you, but rather bolster your point. Tucker is spot on in recognizing that modern architecture kills the spirit, but his very first line, postmodern architecture is designed to demoralize and hurt you, paints the phenomenon as intentional. In the same way that inflation is not intelligently designed to oppress people, neither is modern architecture. It's emergent. Yes, it is oppressive, but that's a fallout of selective pressures to build fast, cheap, irrespective of aesthetics, which is true. My point here is that even when people have brilliant insights, they often blatantly get the causation wrong. Modern equivalent of this drought/famine famine was caused by the rain gods, because causation gives people comfort, because the idea that phenomenons are the results of amorphous systems outside of our control is scary. And I think here he's spitting. This is all very, very true. People definitely are eager to look for comfort out of their perceived causations of things, because if it is happening beyond a realm of our understanding, aka, you know, the unknown, like, you know, there's much more comfort in taking the unknown and falsely identifying it as a known unknown. Make sense? Unknown would be like it's generally like the things that we don't know, right? Which, I mean, it's not word right here. I might be using this correctly here. Fear of the unknown is like a commonality of like human psychology, right? But if it's like a known unknown, then you're able to, like, you can take that and like morph what you perceive it as into something that's less daunting, I guess. Yeah, things that we know that we don't know. Yeah, I sent that bitch a smiley face. Bitches like smiley faces. Yeah, exactly. You know, he says it in the next tweet here, but he also brings up how, like, you know, nigga technology. If that thing don't go into a printer, the fuck you doing with that shit anyway then, bro? Yeah, exactly, right? So, play the clip. I mean, look, I wasn't gonna play the clip here, but, you know, all right, play the clip, bro. Y'all, Trihex, all that motherfucking yapping, bro. I done fell asleep. All right, bro, I got you. Wrong one.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Simply because you don't have evidence that something does exist does not mean that you have evidence that something doesn't exist.
What?
What country you from?
What?
What ain't no country I ever heard of. They speak English in what?
What?
English, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Yeah.
So you understand the words I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is that there are known knowns and that there are known unknowns, but there's also unknown unknowns. Things we don't know that we don't know.
What?
Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more time.
What?
Huh? All right, and then bonus clip here.
Man, I don't get that.
Get what?
That texting shit.
And what's wrong with text?
You mean aside from the fact that it's the stupidest fucking thing in the world? I mean, why would anyone in their right mind spend 15 minutes trying to type some shit they could have called and said in 5 seconds? Plus, it involves typing with your thumbs, which I just don't approve of. Shit. I don't know about you, but I don't have time to read nothing that a motherfucker type with his thumbs. Fun fact, nothing typed by someone's thumbs has ever been important. It's all just nigga technology anyway.
What you call it?
Nigga technology. Technology for nigga. When you don't start tripping and shit, call me a racist, because I don't mean nigga in a disrespectful way. I mean it as a general term for ignorant motherfuckers. Anybody of any race can be an ignorant motherfucker.
Shit, I be texting my ass off. Shit, bitches like texting. I be texting them all the time. Matter of fact, I also be texting my weed man too, because, you know, he don't like to be on the phone, so I text him.
Case in point. So basically, nigga technology is anything that doesn't plug into a printer. Does that plug into a printer?
No.
Know why? Because niggas never have anything to print.
sirs, would you like to buy some candy to keep urban youth off of drugs and gangs?
How much?
3. You hear that? I said 3.
All right. We got it. Now beat it.
All right. 3 guards ain't too bad.
Don't forget your earplugs this time, Ed. Let's go.
Hold up, my nigga. Hold up.
Go time, nigga. Let's go.
I sent that bitch a smiley face. Bitches love smiley faces. Okay, let's roll. Well, excuse me for being into computers and shit, all right?
First of all, motherfucker, just because you put a two-way page in the middle of your desk, don't make it a computer. It's a two-way pager, all right?
Okay, then what's the difference?
The difference is the computer is something that does actual work. Nigga technology don't do much more than let dumb niggas talk to other dumb niggas about dumb nigga shit.
Whew. Lord have mercy, y'all. Lord have mercy. I had a thought here and I forgot what it was, just like that. What was I gonna say about that? Oh, you gotta love, by the way, that like this entire exchange, like it's 2 white dudes and it's voiced by like Charlie Murphy and Samuel L. Jackson. Like, just like, if that's not perfection, I don't know what is, dude. Like, oh my God. Got me crying right out in the club, wanting to put on white chicks right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, legendary. It's 2004. This is 20 years ago, by the way. This is season 1 Boondocks. 20 years ago, or 19 years ago. 04, 05, I forget exactly what year it was. Holy shit, dude. Aged like, good Lord. All right. So let's get back to it then, because I am running out of time here, and God damn, dude, it's gonna have to. We're not gonna finish tonight, not even close here. I feel bad because I have to let Booty Steve and CC know that I'm not getting to. I want to get to the GNX album, but I hate to say it, we're not there yet. I came live too late. Had to get a lot of shit done. Yada yada yada. It sucks, but I am running out of time here because I have to get to bed to wake up tomorrow for stuff. So I do apologize there. Let's see if we can find a good stopping point if possible. Yeah, I just be yapping too much. I'd be yapping too much, bro. I mean, it was kind of a uphill battle though. Yeah, maybe we'll just stop here. Fuck. I'm sorry, y'all. I suck. I mean, y'all be yapping too though, bro. Like, y'all, dude. I had a focus, and then y'all wanted to talk about where I'm gonna move to and Japan, this and everything. You know, like, it ain't like I sat here and just like, you know, jacked off for 4 hours straight. You know, what you want me to do? What you want me to do? Now, okay, if I can here, I can at least say, look, there was a lot of shit I had for us here, okay? The Kendrick album review includes all of this, plus my take. This is just like news about the GNX dropping I thought was worth sharing with you, as well as my take. You haven't heard my take yet. My take is good. My take has got some juice on it, okay? Then there's all these videos here relevant to GNX. And they're not videos, they're actually the songs. These are the songs I wanted to talk about to you about. So just have faith. I'm getting there one day at a time. Forgive me, I had to like take care of some stuff today. Though I did come live today, though, which is good at least, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, I haven't I know. I let myself down every fucking day, dude. I let myself down all the time. My ambition and my thoroughness is so much, and y'all are just so cool to talk to, that the stream tax is real. It just takes me so much longer to get through topics unless I just like in here. Now, that's something I'm working on, if I'm being honest, okay? I'm aware of it. It's like there's something in my brain. Again, I Googled it actually. I have identified that the thing I'm struggling with is called executive function, or really executive dysfunction. And it's the problem of when you perceive everything as like a 9 out of 10. Because talking about Luigi, well, I'm a inquisitive person, and I bring that enthusiasm to the topics that I want to cover on stream. In this case here of Luigi, it genuinely is a very interesting person, and we're talking about USA as a whole, irrelevant of partisan divide and political affiliation, or even just broadly ideology, all coming together and having a class consciousness for the first time in at least 40 years. You can't get Republicans and Democrats to agree on shit. Except maybe like shit. I don't even like fuck. I mean, even minimum wage and canceling student debt these things are like not even universally as approved as that CEO assassination in the public space. Not us. We don't endorse murder. Again, I don't endorse murder. You don't endorse murder. We don't condone murder. But like, yeah, it's a really important topic, and there's a lot to unpack here as I'm slowly unraveling and getting to it. I'm sorry that we haven't gotten there again. I'm working on it. It's hard. I mean, I guess I'm used to. I never feel like I make a bad stream. I just don't ever get to the things I want to get to in time. So maybe it's better that there's always good streams, and I'm just really behind, rather than there be bad streams and I'm caught up, I guess. It is what it is. You know. What do you think the choke points are that cause this? Me being online. Well, I'm working on it right now. The choke points are don't be on my phone and don't be online, and then I'm ignorant. I don't really know like what else to do right now, but I know the most effective way is to be way more offline. If I just come live and I'm ignorant to what's happening in the world, technically I would be ignorant and therefore probably more capable of actually getting to the content that would result in channel growth. Less commentary, less solo podcasting, more gameplay. Gameplay is what will get this view count higher than 200. Yapping is not an aggregate for growth. Yapping is an aggregate for engagement of a stagnant level. And I'm okay with that, right? Like I'm not entitled to growth here. It's just more that like I don't want to be in a situation where we're like looking at like economic peril and have to like start thinking hardcore about like, you know, where is my real floor? Where is my real ceiling? And I'd like to do better because it's a bit harder to sit with having a 200 viewer review count in the context that I have seen myself achieve 10x this. You know, I've been a 3,000 viewer Andy. I've been a 4,000 viewer Andy. I was a 1,000 viewer Andy 4 years ago. Very clearly I mismanaged, and because I know where I've been and I know what I'm capable of, I look at that and I reassess what my appeal was at a broader point of demographic penetration. And I think I yapped, but I was more passive in my yapping. I would let the chat bring topics to me rather than me bring topics to the chat all the time here, I guess. So the problem, honestly, okay. You're asking a really good question here, Von Steven. Here's really what it is. I was good at this until Trump won. Trump won, and then my worldview crumbled because I genuinely thought there's no people are going to vote for a narcissistic, chronic, lying rapist who's been whatevered on like 92 indictments and a bunch of other fucking bullshit, right? I have to accept and work with the fact that we are now is my camera wrong here? Focusing. Okay. Well, I was gonna fix that my next day off here, but if you wanna go for it right now, more power to you. No, not anymore. No, you got rid of it. All right, y'all. Well, there, Venom fixed it. So, yeah, that was Venom fixing the camera. Now it won't do the autofocus anymore. Now it's just gonna be stable. So yeah, I was getting good this year. You know, we were playing Mario. We were playing. You know, I did it. We played Yoshi's Island. We grinded for like 5 weeks. I got the golden Yoshi Island world record and whatnot. I was in there. I was getting gameplay. I was doing the speedrun thing. The problem is, I hate the world I live in right now, and it's really hard to remain motivated to like just put my head in the sand and just like not make sense of where the fuck I am right now with what we all got to deal with now. I think I'm more wise, and I understand more of like exactly what's causing it here. A decade ago, I was not politically active, and therefore I thought it was beyond my tangible realm of influence to understand why things are how they are. I would just say that you know, rent's too high, and my gas bill is high, right? But now I'm aware of the geopolitical stimuli of like why gas is where it's at, why oil barrels are priced what they are, what our foreign affairs are looking like here, and the effects of like a Trump second presidency because of the effects of the first Trump presidency, because we're still living through, you know, your tax cuts on a sunset provision if you're making under $250,000 a year. Meanwhile, Trump tax cuts for the rich and the wealthy and the corporations are currently indefinite and going to continue. Corporations at a record low taxation, at a record high profit, and we're at a point now where, you know, we're going to live to see our first trillionaire at current pace right now, because I believe currently the 12 wealthiest individuals in USA own, I believe it's 80% of the total wealth in this country. It's absurd. Like I hate it. I hate the whole thing, right? And I don't want to be a doomer. I really don't. But I'm also like, I'm not mentally infallible. It does get me down, and I wish I didn't know this stuff. I wish I was able to just be ignorant and just kind of turn my brain off and just like go into video games and not talk about what I'm talking about here. You know, it sucks that I am a divisive political figure in the context of like, I'm not as entertaining because the things I talk about and things I talk about and engage in are divisive and maybe even confronting on anyone who just wants to watch Mario happen and wants to escape. I totally get it. I'm trying to find a better balance here where that doesn't happen, right? I don't feel like I have to like neuter myself or my self-interest or my infatuation with a better tomorrow as a humanitarian, as a whatever the fuck here, and still be able to just do the simpler thing of like speed running and making gaming content. Most of my speedrun brothers who are already successful are able to do that. They don't do what I do. They can just like do Zelda or Mario or whatever and just keep doing it, and they have bigger communities with more viewership and yada yada yada, and comparison to the theft of joy. I'm stuck in this pit where I feel like I mentally struggle to just turn it all off and just go into gaming. It sucks. It fucking blows ass. But the thing is, I was getting better at it until Trump won. And I'm right back, and it's depressing because I'm back in a pit that I thought we weren't going to be in again, and we were going to be able to move on past crypto, past fucking MAGA culture being, you know, it's effectively not going to be relevant for us in real life. Like this is like what it's going to be. We are in the lifetime where MAGA will be around forever because you have so many fucking radicalized dumbass 20-somethings who are going to just, you know, they're going to fucking like, you know, they're going to have erectile dysfunction at the thought of whenever Trump croaks and dies of natural age or whatever, right? So it's like, it's going to be a forever problem here. So it's just kind of like, it's a lot to accept at one time if you really think about the inevitable consequences following what will now be, come January 21st, the second and final Trump term in office, and what's to come after that. You know, it sucks. And then the United CEO is another major newsworthy, like genuine historic event where you're seeing 40 years of Reaganomics resulting in a 40-year all-time high of class consciousness in USA. It's a pretty important topic. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't see a lot of myself in Luigi. I don't endorse murder, by the way, but you know, it's a topic that I found myself naturally infatuated with hardcore. He's a very interesting person, and it's actually really fun to discuss and dissect as I've been doing today here, slowly unraveling his digital footprint. And then when we get to where it's going to be more evident where his radicalization came, and then he thought this was the only option for a better tomorrow. Again, the utilitarian ethics here. So yeah, that's currently where I am with it right now. And I'm also hard on myself though. I feel like I fail every fucking day when it comes to like, is the stream good? Would I watch myself? Am I keeping it positive, constructive, and like, you know, at least a fun watch as much as it can be with all the bad news and whatnot? You know, I really did tone down the politics a lot since 2021. And I was doing so good, and I felt like I had a way lighter mental stack until Trump won. And now, and I can tell, I know if I did a Venn diagram of my content since November 4th, it's been politics. It's been commentary. I don't even play games right now. And I struggle to maintain focus to play games, honestly. It's embarrassing because I feel like I always decree myself I'm going to get to gameplay. And maybe it's my insecurity because I always, you know, chat sometimes memes on it, and I just take it too much to heart here. But of course I want to play games. Of course I want to make everyone happy. I want to make myself happy. I want to prove to myself that I'm not irrelevant, and that I can not even really like get views again, because that's like a shallow, cringe, metric driven insecurity bullshit thing. It's really more about like prove to myself I can win back the audience I had. You know, that it didn't die overnight. It was a slow decay from 2020 to 2023 that I got to where I did, of continual mismanagement and neglecting what my core appeal was for those who initially found me. And I think I can win them back. Maybe not all of them, right? Because people change and I change and whatnot here. But I want to try. Though I find myself failing over and over again on that road. It's a very painful road of failure right now that I'm just like, it's not linear success. It's very much the you know, the is this. And it's hard, man. It's hard. I'm not gonna, you know, guilt y'all on how hard streaming is. I'll just say that streaming is a very emotionally dependent practice. Unlike a lot of other things, you know, customer service being one, maybe two to an extent here, but like with streaming, it's a unique toll on social battery. And if you're not there, you're not there. You know, unless you are narcissistic, sociopathic, or have some kind of god complex with a fuck ton of ego. This occupation breeds the egomaniacs like crazy, and I thankfully I am not one. I am very open to admitting what I don't know, and I don't need to always be right. However, I used to be really insecure to a criminal degree, and I used to let that govern my inability to tolerate being vulnerable on stream. But as you can tell from this comment right now here, I'm very much a stronger person today than I was 3 years ago. Shout out to therapy, and I'm happy to tell you where I am with that right now. Where I want to be the person that, you know, I want to make the community proud. I want to make y'all proud. I want to make content I'm proud of. But right now, it's just you know, right now I'm working really hard on reassessing what that means. But thankfully, I'm not tripping right now because we have time. The only real occupation right now is to get everything together by the time the Switch 2 launches, because that'll be the next major opportunity for a blow up. Milestones in the hardware and the game that Nintendo drops. I'm 10 years of Nintendo adjacent. Means that, you know, as long as I can get everything together by then, we're good. And that's at soonest March 2025. And so far, I've been doing great in that front. We have new overlays, we have new alerts, that's great. Coming soon, we have, you know, there's new emotes coming. There is emotes, Twitch panels, Twitch bio section, offline trailer, revitalizing how I make social media engagement productive for me when it comes to, like, you know, Blue Sky and Twitter and Instagram. And then getting active on YouTube again, like hardcore, and letting the YouTube activity supplement my Twitch right now. I've been a solo Twitch guy for like 9 years. It's embarrassing. I should have been putting my eggs in other baskets, but I didn't have the capability or the perspective or the discipline or the wisdom to see that for what it is now. My mutuals and speedrunning content already do this, right? Pooh Bear, Linkus, Majin Phil, yada yada, all of them already do this whole thing here. And so I can look at them for examples of how to figure out what my flavor is. I don't view any of them as competition, because we are all authority, a voice of authority in a particular practice. My angle here being I'm the authority on Yoshi if I choose to rise to that opportunity and make the content that people don't know they want to see. Make the content that people don't know that they want to see, bars. I'm also a speedrun veteran of 20 years here, and that's I'm sitting on a lot of lore that I still feel to this day has not really been brought to the table, in terms of like what it means being in the scene back in the 2010s versus being in the scene now and shit like that. So yeah, I look at all this here, and for the first time in a long while, I feel like I can do it. I'm not gonna lie here, I'll be pretty real. I was really cringe for a very long time. I really did think here the only worth in speedrunning was to get world record. I had such a fixation on my past trauma of never being a world record holder in Yoshi's Island, a game that I'd sunk over 10,000 hours into, that there was a I can't enjoy content creation or anything until I have world record. I needed world record. World record is what I needed for validation and to finally feel enough confidence to move forward with that. The insecurity was so bad. And that was something I was dealing with getting over with in Mario Maker. There was a guilt during my Mario Maker era where because I didn't resolve those issues at the end before Mario Maker released, I was enjoying Mario Maker, and the more I grew in that, the more insecure I was getting. Like whenever I was like, by November of 2015, when I had like 8,000 viewers in Mario Maker, I felt so alone and insecure because like I didn't have the Yoshi World Record. This all felt like a glitch. Like the linear path supposed to be that I get world record, be the world record GOAT, then I earn this viewership. But again, I had all these like, you know, there's just all these preconceived biases all governing how I perceive the events and whatnot, and it's kind of why it was what it was. But that's me from therapy and self-introspection like a motherfucker. Now I can say here that all of that is clearly misguided, and I'm a way healthier mental person now, and I better understand how to make sense of where I currently am. So I don't know if this talk really means anything to y'all right now, if you're still here right now, but do know here that the last thing I want to do, gun to my head right now, the last thing I want to do is waste y'all's time. I don't want to put on a stream that is like, you know, embarrassing or, you know, or just me like coping with my current situation and just asking y'all to like, you know, validate my ego. No, you're here right now, and trust me on God, I completely understand that it would be pathetic of anyone, especially me, to waste your non-refundable time engaging in my content or in my stream or the experience of watching my stream right now. So I intend to only keep it to the things that I want to do and that I would watch myself. The day that I ever do a stream and it's me doing some shit that I wouldn't watch is the day that I quit streaming. Because then I'm no longer in it for the thing. Like the day that I'm doing like, I'm churning out like unfulfilling, min-max, algorithmic garbage is the day that I'm just like out. Which is easy to say is principled of me, but simultaneously it's also like, I just simply don't like that kind of stuff anyway. You look at my viewing habits, you'll see here I'm very old school. I still enjoy watching speedruns. I don't care for any of the LSF shit. All the meta content, all that crap is like not really in my forte. Maybe a sign that I'm getting old because I'm like a dinosaur now, so I'm over 30 or whatever. But like, you know, I believe it or not, I still do enjoy gameplay. I enjoy gameplay. I enjoy people who are excited about their creative outlets and hobbies. And I still like watching Twitch. It's just like a lot of what's really popular now feels more like a regurgitation of reverse engineering and farming the LSF community, which is unfortunate because you would figure by now Twitch would solve the whole problem of having a unaffiliated third-party subreddit dictate majority of the traffic on their fucking site, and has been for the past decade. It's pretty cringe, actually. So, you know, it's unfortunate that there's very clearly a faction between like what I enjoy, maybe, and maybe if you want to call us like boomer viewers, versus like what is now, you know, what's colloquially known as like W meta streaming and all that here. So, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot going in there for sure. And that's why I've been taking my time out here more so to really kind of pause and say here that I know I've mismanaged a lot over the last recent years for sure. But I am more humble now than ever. And when I was contemplating quitting, and I really was, I've seriously only considered quitting streaming. I'm sorry, I'm getting to a real talk right now. Forgive me here. I have only seriously considered quitting streaming seriously. I'm gonna say 3 times in my entire career, if you want to hear my story. The first time was mid-December 2014 when I got ridiculed when I was racing the world record Yoshi Island speedrunner time 2-stop. We did a 100% race. I failed the 5-4 skip, and and I got so tilted during that race that and so because when you're playing tilted, you play worse, right? So I ended up failing the 5-4 skip for like 15 minutes. I was so behind by the end that he let the credits roll after 6-8, which you normally could just reset to get out of there. He did a mercy he did a mercy run, letting the credits roll to let me catch up. And I was just so embarrassed and shamed over how I handled myself emotionally, but also like everything else here, that I felt like I was in total collapse of my emotional state. And it like, I don't know if I want to call it like, it's not ego death, but it's more like, because ego death is whenever you're able to like not let the emotional burden of failure hinder you from like seeing progress and having a student outlook and mindset. You don't fear failure in ego death in the fighting game community. This was like ego catastrophe. I felt like my self-worth had genuinely plummeted to 0, in a way that like I want to not exist anymore. Not like in a suicidal way, but just like again exist. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to put it here. Whatever that feeling was, it was fucking terrible. And genuinely, it was like, okay, if this is what streaming makes me feel like, or speedrunning, the thing I used to enjoy, makes me feel like, then maybe it's time for me to step away. Maybe I'm just not built to handle it. Maybe I can't deal with this anymore, you know? And that was that's when I made a pace spin actually saying that I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be back again. And then when I dropped that pace spin, I deliberately I threw my phone somewhere and didn't give a shit. I went out, like I actually like unplugged. I went outside and just like walked, didn't know where I was walking to, didn't know what I was doing, just like had a abrupt, painfully a very abrupt offline day, because I didn't even look at my phone or whatever here. I came back to like a bunch of love and everyone like, you know, telling me that, no, bro, you're more than just your records and some shit, you know, just, you know, people were giving me some love and whatnot. And it gave me a little bit that I needed to like look past my own emotions and maybe some of the, I mean, and to be fair here, chat, it was really bad. It was a lot of negative people. I mean, this was like whenever SRG was around, the fucking speedrunning 4chan group that's super toxic, and they were just like, they were in that chat, a lot of them on their burner, also just like telling me like, you know, kill yourself, F-slur, and a bunch of other shit here. Like, the dehumanization in this speedrunning back in the early 2010s was pretty fucking terrible. It's nowhere near as bad now, but back then that was a pretty, because speedrunning was much more niche the proportionality of the anonymous 4chan shitters was much higher, and therefore I had to deal with that so much more because I was one of the more popular streamers at the time. Super sucked. So mid 2014 was the first time. The second time, of course, was probably, you're familiar here, the October 2019 Destiny Inward fiasco. Long story, I don't want to get into it really, but it's just more like the amount of stress I felt that week was unbearable. I was having constant dissociations because it was so much happening at one time that I didn't intend. Like, that's probably the thing I work on the most in therapy is that week, that moment, those times. Because that's whenever my viewership decline began to happen. And it makes me think a lot about the hindsight and what I could have done differently, and also what I did wrong. And I feel like what I did wasn't unreasonable at all. But I don't want to talk about that really right now. It's like the point being less about the incident, the more the fact that like I did have a lot of invasive thoughts about quitting. And that kind of scared me a little bit. Like I was like, damn, I'm thinking I daydream about like no longer having the burden of like being a public figure or a known personality and all this pressure I feel constantly for fucking everything. And just like being black online and just the existence of being black being inherently political, and the burden I feel in this shit is constant and exhausting. Your emote is racist. When people say nigga, it's racist. What are your thoughts on whenever Ninja said nigga in a rap song? What are your thoughts on when white streamer X says N-word Y in Z scenario? You know, asked about it all the fucking time, and to the point where I have the whole fucking dialogue prepared here for what angle to attack here, the modernization of language and how and what way, you know, nigga with an A versus like N-word hard R are different words, and terms of endearment versus like self-deprecating humor and all kinds of other fucking advanced applications of like when things become a slur and whether or not the context of it being used pejoratively indicates a negative or positive usage and whatnot, right? Just it's all this shit that I had to like learn, deal with, refine, and fine tune over and over again. So it's a lot. It's a lot. I wouldn't call it fun or pleasurable at all. I've only gotten better at it because I've been thrown into the deep end of a pool to fucking deal with it so fucking often. You know, it's certainly not why I got into streaming in 2011 for sure, you know. So December 2014, October 2019, and then the last time was August of 2021. That was whenever I was, my viewer average had plummeted so low that it was barely triple digit, and I had no clue what to do about it. It just kept dropping for months on end. I was clearly burnt out, exhausted, and I just kept streaming trying to fix it, but I had no clue what to do about it. I wasn't reviewing my VODs. I didn't have any introspection at all. I didn't have any energy for that kind of thing at all, quite honestly. I just saw the number continuing to plummet down, and I had no clue what to do. And I was getting really sad because I thought here, oh my God, am I gonna wait until I'm a double digit viewer Andy to finally like retire, I guess, before I plummet any further into irrelevance or whatever. And that was kind of sad to think about and be real here. And again, it's not about the fact that it was like, you know, I'm entitled to like views or whatever. It's that I'm declining from where I was before. So it's like I'm not tapping into potential, and I'm negligent of capability that I had previously. And it was just kind of it gets you down. You know, my self-worth is tethered to how I perform, because this job fucking throws your view count at you all fucking day. You have to be painfully isolated to not be reminded of where your view count or your sub count currently is. So it's better just to kind of build enough of a thick skin to not take it so personal. But you are throwing at that all the way through here. Same thing with YouTube too. YouTube throws you your fucking view count all the fucking time if you are not ready for that kind of thing. So if you hold your cards too close to your self-worth of how you perform, it puts you in a really emotionally vulnerable state all the fucking time. It's easy when you're doing well. It's terrible when you're not. And I didn't know what to do. You know, I was like, well, I can't do Yoshi. I hate Yoshi. I hate Yoshi. I hate speedrunning. I'm bored of both. I'm burnt out all the way through here. I hate the world. I hate anti-vaxxers. I don't know. I'm not happy for sure. I knew that much, right? And my cope was fitness and working out and working on my physique so that I could at least like have enough of a self-worth via a physical transformation to endure the brunt of this fucking daunting journey of like going through the whole thing, right? But in the end, what I ended up doing was I just kind of did my best to hide from the view count for a very long time. I spent nearly a year having view count disabled everywhere I could and never seeing it until I got used to not asking what it was and just assuming it was bad. And that's whenever I kind of like coasted back to about this number here, about 200. Because I got a little bit more fixated on just kind of like doing my thing and not reacting to whatever the view count was or whatever. But yeah, those are the 3 times where I had considered quitting. If it helps here, the only time I was really close to was actually probably 2014. Because I had a lot less to lose back then compared to where I do now. Sorry, it was kind of a long tangent there, but in the end, the point of the whole thing here, if I can, is just that like sorry, that was a pretty big tangent. I love you all, and I would never waste your time. And I guess in a long way, I'm sorry that we didn't finish Luigi. I'm sorry that the gameplay ratio has been pretty bad right now. I'm just kind of going through it, but I am working hard on things in the back end here, as you can tell with the new overlays, and as you can tell with the new alerts. I am still productive, and I'm still working towards the prime objective of getting prepared for the opportunity that will come with the Switch 2 launch. And I'm not entitled to really anything. I'm not entitled to 1,000 viewership. I'm not entitled to quad-digit subs, quad-digit views, none of that shit. Success can be defined by subjectivity of the individual, and I'm looking for fulfillment right now and validation to myself. I'm looking for self-love. And I think if I learn to love myself more, then that will just naturally show in the stream every fucking day. And I think me being vulnerable right now and even like unloading all these thoughts on you, which I hope doesn't come off as a trauma dump. It's really meant to bring more transparency to like what I'm aiming to do every day here. And I guess if you're still here right now, then hopefully it's working. It helps here to make the whole thing relatable. You know, I might stream full time, which is an area of privilege, certainly, that I'm doing. So I'm generally doing something adjacent to what I have passion with, and I am not one to be pitied here. Clearly, I get that. But simultaneously, I am eternally humbled because I don't come from nothing when I'm here. I was a waiter for 8 years. I did GameStop for 4 years. I was a wagey as well. And so like, I know what the soul-crushing corporate climb of a meritocracy is like. That's actually why I ended up streaming instead. I felt like I had nothing to lose. I felt like, you know, I think back to when Young Hex was in 2011, pre-approved to go into manager certification at Chili's. And also, I was also offered assistant manager at GameStop too, by the way. I declined that as well because I knew that was going to be a fucking terrible idea. I was offered both those things naturally at one point, at different points. GameStop 2010, Chili's 2011. I declined both because I enjoyed streaming so much more. And well, GameStop I knew was a terrible idea even before because streaming didn't exist yet. But the Chili's thing, I enjoyed streaming more, and I don't know if this was going to be anything, but I knew that like I could always grind the resume and get there. The point being is that yeah, I've been around the block here, so I know I'm not unrelatable to everyone else here, and I do value that greatly. I do think here that like the day that I'm unrelatable and I'm isolated by like the day that I'm like isolated by like status, fame, fortune, and I just pivoted to like, you know, a cult of personality like so many other streamers are, I would not like my content. and I wouldn't watch myself. And at that point, I'd be out for sure. I would just hate it. There are a lot of streamers that are like that here. They have cultivated a cult, and it's a cult built around the appraisal of their presence and their pre-configured novelties. And I find it repetitive, grueling, boring, and dumb. I challenge myself. I challenge y'all. I'm me all the way here, and maybe I can maybe do better on being more appreciative of y'all all the time here and more affectionate. I work on it every single day, but at the same time here, you know, love me or hate me. If you love me, you know why you love me. If you hate me, you know why you hate me. And I can be okay with that. Hopefully I can win you over in time if you do hate me though. So with that here, thank you for listening. And that's about everything here. Thank you all for listening here. I appreciate y'all. I saw we have a comment here actually from a long friend of mine here. I love this here actually. There's still some good actors in the world to focus on, so it's not always doom and gloom from wealth inequality. I love reading up on medical advances of diseases that have affected me/family for slight lifts. No, thank you, Rom Scout. This is actually really great. I do cover goods. I only cover what I find interesting, fascinating, and constructive. I try to. I always try to, if I'm gonna drop bad news, it's only if it's bad news without a constructive angle to it, then I'm only bringing it up because it's important that you all know to protect yourselves here. So, like, when I bring up bad news about, like, for example, Trump cabinet appointees, I bring those up so that way you know, like, you know what's coming for the targeted government agency. For example, when he appoints a oil company CEO to Secretary of Energy, you know that the EPA is going to get gutted down now, and you should probably look into your adjacent resources in your local facility and see if you know, you don't want East Palestine to be, you know, where you currently live and whatnot. You know, so I only bring up like the bad news without a good angle of what can solve or what can help make things for a better tomorrow. Whenever it's just like precautions. But I do cover good news as well. I actually should do this more often. It's just hard right now because there's so much negative things happening right now. It's like not even close, right? Like, you know, we're getting the destabilization of the destabilization of society right now, because like these things shouldn't be happening if we had a well-informed populace that was actually voting for their interests. They vote against them unbeknownst to them because they're being manipulated, lied, duped, and their media literacy is plummeted to shit. Sadly, you got Trump supporters who are voting for tariff who don't know what a fucking tariff is when they're complaining about prices being too high, unaware that it's greedy corporations and price gouging or why things are where they are currently. Anyways, you all know something new. You all know this here. In terms of good news though, yeah, I covered recently some pretty cool things. For example, I had covered there was a recent incident of self-experimentation where a woman inserted a virus into her like cancer lump, and she had to do it. She did it in a way where the theory was, if you insert this virus, your immune system. Was it a cancer lump or was it something else here? I forget what it was actually, but in the end, let's say it was a cancer, hypothetically, right? Her immune system will not attack the cancer because it doesn't identify it as a threat. But whenever she injected the virus into the area where it was and deliberately let the virus sit for like 2 to 4 days, let it like intertwine with the lump node or whatever, then she went in with the medication to empower the immune system, and then the immune system actually eradicated the remnants of the cancer or whatever the thing it was. I forget exactly what it was here now. And this proved successful and was much more allegedly proving that there is capability to be much more effective for these kinds of things in the context of like, you know, empowering your immunity rather than like the alternative here. So I covered that. That was like a big thing. I didn't have like more to dive into because I'm not like medically inclined to be able to give it like a, you know, I don't know, like a really good take, I guess. It was like interesting here, but obviously there's still like a lot of hurdles to go along here with like, you know, doing like multiple, you know, what's the word here? Sample size experiments before it can become like, you know, an accepted medical science thing. Trials, you have to go through the trials, right? And, but I covered it. I'm like, this is pretty cool. And I just couldn't say much more because I'm not inclined to be able to really give that a more thorough take beyond such, for example. But yeah, we covered that like, I don't know, like maybe like a month ago, like 4 weeks ago. But yeah, I have interest in a lot of topics, and I just got to work harder on figuring out, as I'm trying to do right now here, figure out a system to where I can either I build my executive function and just like don't cover these things so I can get to more of what actual content will result in growth, or whatever else here. But for now, I'm a huge yapper, and gameplay it comes in time. And I'm sorry that it's not better right now. But again, I'm already working hard on it. I use airplane mode on my phone around the house more often. That's a new change. And aside from Trump presidency, Trump winning election, and CEO assassin, I have like very little else on the active radar of commentary to discuss with y'all. So hopefully we get more to the things that I am like excited to share here, I guess. Which Luigi I find interesting here, of course. There is that, but like, you know, of course I want to cover more like funny stuff, or you know, things I enjoy, like the Kendrick Lamar GNX album, for example. And as we get further into like the things that I can look back on as I've been reflecting lately here, that will help improve me tremendously. For example, you know, I know what my core appeals are in terms of content. It is Mario Maker, speed running, specifically Yoshi's Island, GameStop and GameStop employee lore, to a smaller degree DDR. It's a unique angle that is very competitive. It just has a very, very low ceiling. But if I draw people in with something other than DDR, I can retain viewers with DDR. You feel me? So Mario Maker, speedrunning in Yoshi's Island, DDR, GameStop, and then finally Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Has consistently proven to be a surprisingly lucrative pool. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was one of the most promising aspects of the subathon, playing paper Yu-Gi-Oh! with Venom. Yu-Gi-Oh! With the Why I Quit by 2006 PowerPoint organically got viral and popped off both in LSF and on Twitch, with me having 3,000 viewers when I did it. And I believe there is more potential there in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though I kind of hate what modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is right now. But so yeah, I know where my core appeals are. It's just right now there's the struggle to enact them more often because I'm not emotionally engaged in that at this current moment. So, okay. And I can't wait to share more. I'm working so hard on the back end, but I'm trying to let that internal pressure drive me further right now. If I announce what I'm planning, if I announce like what I'm doing, then it's like, it makes me less, it's gonna make me less, I'll get like a satisfaction from just telling you what the plan was, rather than the fulfillment rather than the fulfillment of actually doing it. So I'm letting the internal pressure keep me going here all the way. The last thing I want to do is fail. I'm so tired of failing here. I want to succeed. I want to make y'all happy. I want to make y'all, you know what I mean? I'll end on this note here, for real. When I think about other streamers, right? When I think about the winners of Twitch, as an example, or just in general, like linear success, right? Where you're where your revenue generation and your income are effectively irrelevant, right? You have enough money and enough material wealth to be able to just kind of like do Twitch forever. You can just like, you don't have to, you already have it, right? Your house is paid off. You got like 6 digits plus in the savings or whatever. You know, I don't know. Like you're dropping fast stacks in like a Roth or whatever, and you're on a linear 30-year path to like perpetual wealth. You're never gonna be economically challenged for resource and whatnot, right? Etc. here, right? Your Shrouds, your Hasanabis, your Summits, right? When I think about them, I think about something else here, right? They have like over 10,000 subscribers. So the 10,001 that subscribes, they're contributing to a pool of people that are, it's already enormously successful. I used to wonder why sub to Shroud? He's already like, dog lives in LA, has like racks on racks on racks. Like, you're not really bringing someone over that line from like unsustainable to full-time sustainable. I used to have that kind of thought. This is not me being attacking him at all, by the way, here. And so, but then I thought about this idea where like, well, people, maybe they just sub because they enjoy the content, right? They don't look at the function of subbing in terms of like my overly biased small streamer perspective of like, getting to full time. It's like, why not just make content that is so good that you are proud to sub? Irrelevant of if you're one of 10,000. Yeah, I'm one of 10,000, but Shroud's my boy. I love watching his stream. It's the one positive thing in my fucking day or whatever here, right? And I think I would pride myself in trying to shoot for that same goal. Irrelevant of whatever I got going on here, it's like, no. Just make content that's good enough that people are proud to sub. In the same way that, if a game is made and the game is so good that, you're proud. You're proud that you bought Baldur's Gate 3 at full launch price. It doesn't matter that it's, 80% off now. Fuck that. That's losers who waited then. BG3 dropped. You were there day one. You paid full price and not a single fuck was given. You enjoy that game. You glaze that game. You glaze that game 12 months later. You're like, no, BG3, you should play it. You should have played it whenever the culture was hitting it because it was fucking crazy. But you should still play it now for sure, right? You know what I'm saying? So like, I look at it the same way there. I want you to be proud. Not from me, not from like e-begging or like campaigning or like, or whatever social engineering's at play here to compel you to sub and all that. I want you proud that you sub or whatever it may be here, or really that it's a symptom that my success is a symptom of the content being immaculate. That's what I'm aiming for here. So tight. Okay, well with that then, y'all, I'm gonna see y'all motherfuckers tomorrow, bro. Or not tomorrow, not tomorrow, the next day. And again, we have so many things to talk about here. Listen, just to give you an idea of like what I'm cooking up here right now. When we're done talking about GNX album review and we're done talking about Luigi and all that here, bro. Listen. Listen, y'all. We gonna talk about Squirrel Girl, okay? I know a thing or two about Squirrel Girl. We don't think I don't know the lore here, right? I know about Squirrel Girl, and we gonna do a meme review on Queen Thickness Squirrel Girl here, okay? All right. So, and no, I'm on God. I am not a bandwagon normie who's like, I'm on. No. I was on Squirrel Girl back when Anna Kendrick was casted to play Squirrel Girl like 10 years ago. I've been on this shit, okay? So I got thoughts. I got lore. I got shit. I got a segment cooking, okay? We'll talk about Squirrel Girl You know, this is like, this is me, okay? This is home right here, okay? I got this, all right? So, and I ain't no motherfucking furry, bro. Shit. Ain't nothing furry about Squirrel Girl, I think. Or something here. Whatever. Whatever, right? No, I don't even, don't let the picture say anything here. The point, chat, the point, I enjoy the character. I think Squirrel Girl's a cool character. Y'all getting caught on all this fucking coon goon shit here right now, okay? So, we will get in there, okay? But again, you know, I'm a man of many interests and many fascinations here. So I can't wait to, you know, because y'all talking about some goon shit. I'm talking about the lore behind Squirrel Girl and what her original role was in the MCU back when Edgar Wright was going to originally direct Ant-Man, and then he got booted off because the MCU was cowards. And then you had what's his name here? You had James Gunn, you know, Solidarity back in like 2013, being like, yeah, man, you know, Rip, we're not gonna get your Ant-Man here, but you know, I still want to see Squirrel Girl. Anyways, look, we'll get into all that another time here. For now, I gotta go. Tomorrow, I'm gonna go see Interstellar 10th anniversary, and I'm gonna go see. I got a little surprise for Venom here. I can't tell her. She might watch right now. Is she here right now? If she's here, okay. I can't say it. Okay, all right. I got a little surprise tomorrow, but I can't tell y'all because she might be here right now. Okay, all right. So, okay. So with that, we will talk more. I will be back Friday, y'all. So tomorrow is the Game Awards. I will not be here for it. I am so sorry. Don't worry, it's going to be a 3-hour ad break anyway, so you ain't missing much, honestly. But I will be back here Friday for the Game Awards, and then Saturday we'll wrap up whatever the fuck all this is here, Luigi's Mansion and the fucking Kendrick album. And then Sunday we'll get to Squirrel Girl, maybe. And then Monday we'll get to gameplay here, okay? We take it one day at a time. I'm sorry here. Gameplay coming to a 2025 near you, all right? Let's find someone to raid on God so I can y'all can quit posting here. I also look forward to hearing what y'all's recaps are. I know we haven't even had a chance to even talk about recaps. I've been so fucking busy. Every fucking time, bro. Every fucking time. Okay, so let me see here. I'm looking for a raid target right now. Looking right now for a raid target. Hang on a second. If you give me 1 second. All right, y'all. We are rating our friend here, Harpoon Cannon. Harpoon Cannon is the OG snowboard kids speedrunner that I befriended in 2013, 2014 or so. And we're at a point now where pretty much every game that never gets a sequel formally gets a spiritual sequel, and Snowboard Kids, with its banger soundtrack, has one now in the form of this game called Slope Crashers that I think it's a Kickstarter game that is it's either in access right now or it's already out. I'm not quite sure here. We will ask him and see. It actually just released, so we're gonna give him a fat raid here. He's gonna fucking lose his mind. So I appreciate all of you here, and I will see y'all Friday. Though again, genuinely, I do thank y'all so much for tuning in today and enjoying that whatever this improv rant was. I was supposed to hurry and get out of here anyway. All right. So with that, smooches and have a great night.